All right, so we are going to start with chapter 10, the muscles, then move into the nervous system later. I'm going to first go over the very basic concept of a muscle, what muscles do, because this is a very, very simple idea, but unfortunately, I've yet to find a book that breaks it down on the first page of the first chapter of how simple it is. So let me do that first. So we are starting now. What that means is you should be able to see my screen in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay. Question is, what do muscles do? And the answer is simple. Muscles cause movement. That's what they do. So then the next question becomes, how do muscles cause movement? Well, they contract. Okay. What does that mean? It's really simple. Muscles go from a fixed length to a shorter length. And if there is something attached here and something attached here, those things are going to move. In this case, they're going to get pulled closer together. That's movement. That's what a muscle does. That's it. It goes from being longer to shorter. Now, they try to explain it in the book about the muscle's ability to stretch, but they don't make it clear. Yeah, a muscle can lengthen, obviously, while we're growing, because as we grow taller, our muscles are going to have to grow longer to reach the same places. But then once we stop growing, our muscles are a fixed size. Do they have some stretchability to them? Yes, they have some stretchability to them, but they're not supposed to be stretched. They're not meant to be stretched because of the potential for injury. But do they have some stretchability? Of course they do. But they are a fixed size, and they go from being longer to being shorter. And then all that muscle just sort of balls up in the middle here, which is what you can see when somebody flexes their bicep muscle. It's a long muscle of the upper arm, but when they flex it and they bring their fist up towards their shoulder, their bicep muscle all bunches up in one place. And that's a perfect demonstration of what is happening. And when we look at a muscle like this one, we can see, as I've drawn it here, one part moves more than another part. You can see the one end only moved a little bit, the other end moved a lot. So that is how we determine where a muscle starts. We call that the beginning of the muscle, or we call it the origin. The origin is the part that moves less. It might not move at all. It might move a very little bit, but that's where the muscle begins. That would be the origin of the muscle. And the part that moves more is what we call the insertion. And as you can see, it moves a great deal more. Now, looking at a linear muscle like that, it's pretty easy to understand. But we're going to see muscles working in other areas as well. We're going to see different types of muscles, for instance, that are found in tubes. Tubes like arteries. Tubes like your esophagus, your food tube. Tubes like your intestines. Tubes like fallopian tubes. So we're going to see muscle that is in tubes. So how does that cause movement, for instance? Or how does that cause movement? We'll go with that. So if we have a muscle that looks like this, and a muscle that looks like this, and a muscle that looks like this. They're not all drawn to scale, but we'll call this muscle 1, muscle 2, and muscle 3. Oops. And this place here we'll call A, B, and I may have drawn this too small, C, so that when muscle 1 contracts, it's going to get shorter. So it's going to pull A closer to C. When muscle 2 contracts, it's going to get shorter. So it's going to pull A closer to B. And when muscle 3 contracts, it's going to get shorter and pull B closer to C. So these areas, that whole inner area becomes smaller. So if we look at something like a blood vessel, I'm going to use green just because it's a different color. What we're going to see is that there'll be an opening, and the outside of the vessel won't change, but the inside of the vessel will. So this area in here is going to decrease in size because of that muscle. So again, looking at a linear muscle, it's pretty easy to understand this, but once we start talking about muscle that's found in other places like the intestines, well, or in blood vessels, how does that change the rate of flow of blood going through an area? Well, if you make the lumen really, really small, we did in this one, that's going to have a profound effect of how much blood is flowing through there as compared to the lumen in this vessel. Oops, draw outside the lines. We're going to talk about 3 different types of muscle. Skeletal muscle is the muscle that you think of when you think of somebody having strong muscles or you have sore muscles. It's the muscles that move the body around, attached to the skeleton. And this type of muscle is voluntary. In other words, you want to move your leg, you can move your leg. This type of muscle has stripes going across it. We call striations when we look at this under a microscope. And it's aligned sort of all in the same direction. So all these muscle cells are aligned in the same direction. So when they shorten, they're all going to shorten in the same direction. Then we have cardiac muscle. Not surprisingly, cardiac muscle is going to be found in the heart. It is involuntary. You don't have to think about it. Thankfully, I would have forgotten. And it too has the striations, the stripes, when viewed under a microscope. Additionally, it is a branched cell. So these muscle cells will have branches off of them to interact with other muscle cells around them. And the last one is smooth muscle. It is also involuntary. This is the muscle that's found in the gastrointestinal system, respiratory system, found in blood vessels, reproductive system, and I'm sure others that I'm not thinking of. It is called smooth muscle because it does not have striations. No striations, no stripes running across it. 3 basic types. So for this chapter, most of what we're going to talk about is skeletal muscle. And there are around 700 in the body. Some books will say over 700, some books will say over 600, so around 700 skeletal muscles in the body. We're not going to learn all of them. I don't know all of them. There was a time I probably knew most of them, but we were not going to learn all of them. We were going to go over the major ones. So you'll see me, I'll intentionally skip over some. Some of them I'll skip over, but I'll come back to because it makes the order a little bit easier to understand. But those are the ones we're going to focus on. Now, something they didn't tell me when I was learning muscles back in the day is that muscle cells are called muscle fibers. That confused me because I know that we're made up of organs, and organs are made up of tissues, and tissues are made up of cells. So that I expected when we talked about muscular tissue that we'd be talking about muscle cells, but they kept using the word fiber. And no one explained to me that a muscle cell and a muscle fiber are the same thing. They just use slightly different terminology. We will see that they also have different names for things like the cell membrane, the cytoplasm. They have something similar to an endoplasmic reticulum that has a slightly different name. So we'll see that stuff later on. But this is a good thing to know, I think it is, because I was confused for about 2 weeks until I finally figured out that these two words mean the same thing. Another thing you're going to notice about muscles is their unfortunate long names, oftentimes at least, unfortunate long names. So if you see, let's pick one here, flexor, hope that's an A, hallucis, CIS, brevis. This is the name of a muscle, the flexor hallucis brevis. Well, hallux, H-A-L-L-U-X, hallux is the big toe. So I know this muscle has something to do with the big toe. What does it do with the big toe? It flexes it. It tells us in the name. This is a muscle that's going to flex the big toe. In other words, make it curl downwards. And then brevis means short. So the flexor hallucis brevis is the short muscle that flexes the big toe. So it gives a long name, but it really kind of makes sense because they're trying to give you as much information as possible. And one thing that we'll learn is that for every muscle in the body, for most muscles, skeletal muscle at least, there's going to be a muscle that does the opposite. That kind of makes sense because if you flex your arm, you don't want to spend the rest of the day walking around with your arm flexed. You want to be able to straighten it back out again. So for most every muscle in the body, there's going to be a muscle that does the opposite. So if there's a muscle that flexes the big toe, makes it curl down, there's probably going to be a muscle that extends it as well, does the opposite. And then they chose to include this word short. They say that this is the short muscle that flexes the big toe. Why would they call it the short muscle that flexes the big toe unless there must be a long muscle that flexes the big toe? Right? It kind of makes sense that I'm going to call my right ear my right ear. If I call it my right ear, then there must be a left ear. I wouldn't have called it my right ear if there wasn't a left ear. This is also why I don't call my nose my front nose, because I don't have a back nose. So I don't have to call it a front nose. So if they're calling this the short muscle that flexes the big toe, then there must be a long muscle that flexes the big toe as well. And there is the flexor hallucis longus. And then there must be something that is going to put it back, something that's going to extend it, the extensor digitorum. So you really do get a lot of information from this name, the flexor hallucis brevis. You get a lot more than you realize. So when you see some of these and they have long names, please realize they do that for a reason. And one word that we're going to see a couple times today that you definitely need to know, because I'll guarantee you I'm going to put this on a test. Rectus is a Latin word that means straight. So if I have a straight muscle, I'm going to call it a rectus muscle. If I have a straight organ, I'm going to call it a rectus organ, or some variation of that. So this is one of those terms that you just need to know. You're going to need to be able to memorize this. Rectus means straight. Put that on a note card. Okay. For the record, the longest named body in the longest named muscle in the body is the levator labii superioris aliquae nasi muscle. Actually, let me go back to here for just a second. The levator labii superioris aliquae nasi muscle is the muscle that runs right along here. Levator like a lever. Levator labii, the lip. Levator labii superioris, superior, it's on top. Levator labii superioris aliquae has a wing shape to it. Aliquae is wing. I think it comes from like angel wings. And nasi means it runs along the side of the nose. Levator labii superioris aliquae nasi muscle is the longest named muscle in the body, and it does this. That's it. They used to call it the Elvis muscle because Elvis Presley would go, thank you very much. But now I think people would just call it the stink face muscle. You know, when somebody walks by and you don't like them, you go. That's what that little tiny muscle does. But it gives you a lot of information. It tells you where it is, what it does, what it's shaped like, precise location, not just next to the nose, not just next to the lip. A lot of information in that. So when you see some of the names of these muscles, don't get freaked out by them, because they do give us a lot of information. All right, so we're going to go into the slides now.
I have one question.
Yes.
It just means straight, or is it like straight muscle?
No, rectus just means straight.
It could be anything straight.
It could be anything straight, which is why that straight part of the large intestines, the colon, is called the rectum, because it's the straight part. So they use the rectus from that. So yeah, rectus does not mean straight muscle. It just means straight. I guarantee you're going to see that. We often include both the skeleton and the muscle under the heading of the orthopedics system because, well, they work together, especially these muscles, these skeletal muscles. They do not attach directly to the bone. They attach to tendons, and then tendons attach to bone. So you can have a bone attached to a tendon, attached to a muscle, attached to a tendon, attached to a bone. So muscle does not attach directly to bone. Muscle attaches to tendon, tendon attaches to bone. As you can see here, they say we have 600 or so, but we have more than that. Skeletal muscle permits movement, meaning moving us around. Produces heat, sure. Stabilizes our joints, maintains our posture. All of those things are accurate. The one part that where people get a little bit confused is the production of heat, because they don't understand that all cells in your body produce heat, because all cells in your body are making two things more than anything else. They're making energy and they're making proteins. And in the process of making energy, especially, there's going to be heat that is created as a byproduct. So every cell in your body creates heat, not just muscle cells. The difference, however, is that if we require more heat, like if we're standing outside on a day like today, we can make those cells of our muscles, we can make them go through metabolism faster. In other words, we can contract our muscles and then relax them, and contract them and relax them very, very, very fast. Contract, relax, contract, relax, relax. And that will cause us to shiver. That's what shivering, that's why we shiver, because our muscles are contracting and relaxing really fast, so they're producing more heat that way. So there's a little bit, people get a little bit confused. All cells in our body produce heat, but the skeletal muscle cells have the ability to produce extra heat because we can go through that process of make them contract, relax very, very quickly. So they're going through metabolism very, very quickly.
Is it the same concept with like exercising?
Yeah, yeah. If a person is on a treadmill, they're going to be using those muscles a lot more than the cells in our skin. So those muscles are going to be, the muscle cells are going to be using a lot more nutrients. They're going to be making a lot more energy and protein. So they're going to create a lot more byproduct of heat. So that's why that person gets off the treadmill and you can put your hand up next to them and you can feel the heat just coming off their body. See, babies don't have the ability to shiver like that as much. They can, of course, but they don't have the same ability. They don't have the same amount of muscle mass. So babies have a type of fat called brown fat. Human beings have two types of fat, basically, yellow fat and brown fat. But babies have a great deal more of this brown fat that can be utilized for making extra energy and also in that process making extra heat. As we get older, we lose much of that. So we have much less of that type of fat around, because as adults or as human beings that are not babies, we have more muscle. So we can create more heat that way, as an example. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about this. Let's go to this. So here they show a bone. It's not funny, but it is the humerus. But I didn't have to tell you that, because look at it. It has a ball on the end of it. So you know it's a ball and socket joint. There's only two bones in the body that have a ball and socket joint. That's either the humerus or the femur. The femur has that long neck attached to it. The humerus has this short little anatomical neck and surgical neck attached to it. So we know that that is the humerus. Notice how the tendon attaches to the humerus, and then the tendon becomes one with the muscle. So the muscle attaches to tendon, tendon attaches to bone. So here's what muscle looks like. And if we break it down into these individual compartments, you see how they're compartmentalized off with these groups of round little things, which are actually more tube-like in them. And then we take one of those and we look inside of it. What we see is the muscle fiber. Now, what you can't really grasp in this case is the fact that this muscle fiber, this cell, is long and cylindrical-like, sort of like a tube. And the ones that are all packed around it are long and cylindrical-like, just like a tube. And what you can't see, what they're not really demonstrating in this picture, is inside of that muscle fiber, inside this muscle cell, the single one, it looks like there's a bunch of little circles with dots on them. Those are actually also long rods that are protruding out towards us. So inside of a muscle cell, which is basically a long tube shape, almost like a hot dog, inside of that are these long tubes, and they take up much of the space inside of the cells. Well, those tubes are actually the place where muscle contraction occurs, as we will see a little bit later on. So inside of that long tube, kind of like looks like a hot dog, there are all these long rods. That long tube is a muscle cell, also known as a muscle fiber. So if we get a bunch of those long tube muscle fibers, the cells, and bundle them together, we call that a fascicle. And you can see how that it's showing blood vessels coming down here and nerves coming down here. That's what the axon of a motor neuron is. It's a nerve coming down here. We'll see why in just a little bit. So here we have a fascicle, which is really just a whole bunch of these long tubes that are muscle cells bundled up together. And then we get another fascicle and another one and another one. And then we bundle all of them together. We call that a muscle. Now you can see the different mysiums, epimysium, paramysium, endomysium. We're not going to worry about those right now, not to mention this is a terrible drawing of them, but we're not going to worry too much about too much of those right now. Those are just the separating tissues around each of these bundles. So we're not going to worry about those. But excuse me.
Where would the bone be at in this
What's
picture? That? The bone, the person's bone.
Right here is one of them. And then this is cut, it would attach to another bone.
Oh, so that's on top of it.
Yeah. So it's like if we took this out and we just cut the muscle in half, we could see part of it attached still to the humerus, but we don't see where the rest of it goes because we've sliced it. This cut section. So this whole part here is the muscle. And each of those bundles is a fascicle. So like in this fascicle, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Muscle cells. Yes.
Question: do the muscle surrounds the bone?
It more attaches to the bone.
Attach. Okay.
Yeah. And if you remember looking at some of those bones before, there's all those little protrusions that come off of them. All those little grooves and protrusions that you see in bones are there for a reason. And the protrusions that come off of bones are usually places where either a muscle and tendon attaches or where a ligament attaches or both. Muscle can sit on top of bone in some cases, but it just sort of depends on where in the body they're located. So let's look a little bit more here. The muscle is wrapped up by something called fascia. Wrapped up like saran wrap, kind of keeps everything in place, and that fascia becomes continuous with the tendon, so it sort of merges into it. But realize that fascia is a connective tissue found throughout the body that really just separates different tissue types. So there's different types of fascia found throughout the body. This is just demonstrating that this is the fascia that's wrapped around muscle. And we'll leave it at that. In some places in the body, we will see this flat interwoven sheet of tendons. They say connective tissue. It's really kind of like tendons, called the aponeuroses, and especially obvious on the abdomen. This gives an attachment site for muscle. So when the muscle doesn't attach necessarily to a bone, this broad sheet of tendons that are all interwoven together, that becomes the attachment site. So for the most part, we'll see bone that attaches to tendon, attaches to muscle, attaches to tendon, attaches to bone. But in some places, we'll see muscle attaching to aponeuroses that attaches to other aponeuroses. These flat and interwoven tendons. It's just an anchor site. And you'll see that a little bit. Okay, again, muscle fibers or muscle cells. Kind of imagine them like hot dogs. And if you cut open a hot dog, if you sliced it like you were slicing a carrot, and you looked inside, what you would see is a whole bunch of long rods inside of the hot dog. Here's some of the new terminology, just to make you a little more confused. We don't call the muscle cell membrane the cell membrane. We call it the sarcolemma. Why? I don't know. I would still call it the muscle cell membrane because that's what it still is. It's still a muscle cell membrane. They just have a different term for it. I would still call the cytoplasm inside of a muscle cell cytoplasm, but of course, it's going to be sarcoplasm. The sarcoplasmic reticulum is a storage chest of calcium that is inside of that muscle cell shaped like a hot dog. The sarcoplasmic reticulum is going to become important later on. I'm not going to talk about the T tubules at this point because that's just going to make things a little more confusing. And we have these filaments. Where's the 10-2? There. If you look right here, what you're seeing now is a inside of a muscle cell. So imagine inside of that long hot dog looking cell, there are these long tubes that I told you about before. They are blue, pink, blue, pink, blue, pink, blue, pink tubes. And they run the entire length of the hot dog from one end to the other. These tubes are what actually shorten. So if these tubes shorten, the whole cell shortens. In other words, the whole hot dog shortens. And if we bundle these all up together, then that whole fascicle shortens, and then that means the whole muscle shortens, and that's what we call a contraction. So the actual shortening happens with these rods here. This is inside of that long hot dog that we call a muscle fiber or muscle cell. Now, how do they shorten? That's a great question. If you look at those areas called Z-discs, you'll notice that zigzag line each has a thin pink filament extending right towards here, towards the center area. And there's another Z-disc over here, this line with these thin pink filaments all extending toward that middle area. And then you see those, what looks like, I don't know, arrows maybe in the blue. What's going to happen is that these thin filaments are going to get pulled. Let me make it a little clearer here. Now, let me do it this way. Here's what's going to happen. Here's our Z line. Here's our Z line. We have these thin filaments that extend, this way, and thin filaments that extend this way. And then in the middle of that, there is this thick filament, thick filament, thick filament, something like that. What's going to happen is that those thin filaments are going to get pulled this way. Which means, I'll make it in red just to make it a little different. Which means these Z lines are going to get pulled this way with the big thick tubes in the middle. So all we're trying to do is get these thin filaments to move in these directions. If we do that, then the Z-disc, the Z lines here, they move, they get pulled in this direction, which means this whole thing just became shorter. So now imagine if you have a long rod that is made up of, oops, didn't mean to do it, but to do it right. Z disc, Z disc, Z disc, Z disc, Z disc, Z disc. And they're all getting pulled towards one another. So this one gets pulled closer to this one. 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 The entire rod now becomes shorter.
But is it pulling more at the origin of the muscle?
In this case, right now, we're not talking about the muscle. We're talking about just the rods inside. So it would actually be more towards the whole middle. So it'd actually be more like this. I just drew it poorly. I apologize for that. So inside of each of these cells, these rods are just getting pulled to where they're completely shortening. So again, if you imagine a muscle cell as being like a long hot dog, and it is made up of these rods, and all these rods have those Z discs in them, then each rod becomes shorter, which is going to cause the entire cell, muscle cell, to become shorter. This is the muscle cell. We're not talking about the whole muscle. This is just the muscle cell or muscle fiber. So then we have a whole bunch of these bundled together, and we'll tie it up with a little green ribbon. All these bundled together, we call that a fascicle. And then a whole bunch of fascicles bundled together, we call that a muscle. But the part of that muscle that is actually causing the shortening is happening way inside each one of those cells, those long rods that are made up of Z discs, 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 Z disc. And those Z discs are just getting pulled closer and closer to one another in each rod.
Are these rods like microscopic?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. These are, you're not going to see these with the naked eye, no. In fact, under a microscope, you know what you will see? Z disc, Z disc, Z disc, Z disc, just sort of a blur of Z discs. And that's under a microscope. So in other words, those cells are going to look like they have stripes running across them. That's what we call striations. So, like I said, muscle physiology is probably the easier physiologies to learn, but even then, it still gets complicated. So let me show, let me show you back on the slides again, where we were. Let me back it up just a lot, actually, to where the muscle is. So here's the whole muscle attached to the bone. Again, we've cut the muscle in half, so we don't see the rest of it. And if we look inside of that cut piece of muscle, we see these sectioned parts. Like this triangular looking one right here is a fascicle. And inside of that fascicle, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it looks like maybe 8 bundled together muscle cells. So here's a fascicle. And if we look inside of them, there's bundled together, in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, about 17 muscle cells, all bundled together. So again, think of those as long hot dogs, each muscle cell. And if we cut the muscle cells open, we looked inside, of course, like it was pointed out, That's microscopic. What we're seeing inside are these long rods that run the length of those cells. These, in this case, they're pink and blue. And I think we see, here's a microscopic view of you can see the Z discs here. And it's showing where these filaments are overlying one another. That's not, excuse me. So here is another example of a cut section of a long muscle fiber. Again, kind of think of it looking like a hot dog, where you've cut off the ends and you've sort of sliced it long ways and you're looking inside. Again, microscopically. And what we can see, it will be filled with mostly these long rods. So they're just showing one of these long rods here. And those long rods are made up of these areas, the Z disc areas, with these filaments that extend towards the center. So where that H band is, right there, the thin filaments are going to head that way. So when those thin filaments get pulled across the thick filaments, Z disc to Z disc gets pulled shorter. So each of these rods, including the ones over here, all get shorter, which means the entire cell gets shorter, which is what we call a contraction. And this is an interesting way of seeing it. So if you look at those thick rods in the middle, the thick filaments in the middle, they have these projections that come off of them. They represent them here as like guys playing tug of war. And they're going to grab onto those thin filaments and they're going to pull them towards the center. So as it pulls them towards the center, those Z discs get pulled towards the center, which means Z disc to Z disc gets pulled closer together. That's a shortening. And that's only one small area of one small microscopic rod of one muscle cell, of one fascicle of one muscle. And all that is happening right there. Pretty amazing, actually. So how is that happening? That's a good question. Let's see. Let's go to here. Let's go to here. Yep, let's go to here. So how does a muscle contract? Well, first of all, in order for a muscle to contract, it has to be told to contract. In order for all of that to happen, all those things to get pulled across one another and pulled towards the center and everything to become shorter, in order to do that contraction, that thing we call contraction, a muscle has to be told to contract. So it has to get a signal from somewhere, some kind of message. And that's what nerves do. One of the things that nerves do. They will send a signal to a muscle to tell it to go ahead and contract. So what does that look like? Well, here is the end of a nerve. This is a neuron, that's a nerve cell. So here's the end of the nerve. The signal is going to come down this in the form of an electrical signal. We call that an action potential. That is going to reach the end of the nerve, the end of the neuron right here. And you can see these little pockets full of purple dots. Those are neurotransmitters we call acetylcholine. That is going to get released from the nerve to the muscle. And there's a space right here called the neuromuscular junction. And that is going to release this neurotransmitter called acetylcholine. You can see here, ACH stands for acetylcholine, across that space, and it's going to bind to receptors on the muscle. That's going to change the permeability of the muscle cell. It's going to allow sodium to come into the muscle cell, which is going to trigger release of calcium in the muscle cell, which is going to cause those filaments to slide across one another. Let me show you what that looks like. I told you earlier I was going to show you this probably 3 or 4 times. That's what I'm going to do. So here are the ends of the nerves. I'm going to show the individual nerve cells. I'm going to draw this one just a little bit longer. And inside we have pockets of that neurotransmitter acetylcholine. And then we have the muscle here. So the space in between is what we call the neuromuscular junction. And we'll put receptors on the muscle cell. So these are receptors that are on the muscle cell. They are waiting for acetylcholine, this neurotransmitter that's up in these nerves. So in order for a muscle to contract, it needs to be told to contract. So a signal has to be sent to the muscle to say, contract now. The signal is going to come down the nerves in the form of an electrical current that is called an action potential, which is a fancy way of saying here is an electrical message. We call it an action potential. Just a fancy word for electrical message. And I draw it like a lightning bolt because it is an electrical message and it travels at lightning speed. Very, very fast. When it gets down to the end of the nerve, remember it's sending a signal to tell this muscle to contract. There is a calcium channel here that will cause calcium, Ca++ is calcium, to go into the end of that neuron. That's the trigger to release the neurotransmitter. So the neurotransmitter gets released across the neuromuscular junction, and it will flood this space. So lots and lots of acetylcholine. I'll put it down here. That's a Y, acetylcholine. That's all the dots. That's the neurotransmitter. It is going to flood this space and it is going to bind to these receptors on the muscle. So it's going to bind. That changes the permeability of the cell membrane. Remember earlier I was talking about how important cell membranes are? And I said cell membranes are really important because they decide what comes into the cell and what doesn't leave the cell. Because if the inside of the cell changes, something's going to happen. Here's an example of that. Because acetylcholine now has come down and is binding to these receptors, that's going to cause a change in the membrane that allows sodium to come into the cell. Now, this is important because sodium plays a huge role in changing the inside of cell membranes, meaning inside of cells, meaning causes things to happen. So we'll hear a lot about sodium moving into cells. That is going to have a chain reaction because inside of our muscle cells, we have a storage compartment that is full of calcium, Ca++, not cat, Ca++, calcium. So as sodium comes into this muscle cell, that causes calcium to get released and floods the whole inside of this muscle cell. What does that do? Glad you asked. That causes those thin filaments a little longer to get pulled across the thick filaments. So the thick filament still there, the thin filaments get pulled this way. That causes the shortening of those long tubes inside of the muscle cell. So it's the calcium being released that directly affects these parts here that allow it to grab onto those thin filaments and pull them, causing the shortening. So calcium suddenly flooding the inside of this muscle cell. And remember, this is a whole muscle cell here. That's one muscle cell. Calcium flooding that muscle cell, excuse me, causes those thin filaments to get pulled across the thick filament, which causes the Z disc to Z disc to get closer, which causes those whole tubes to get shorter, which causes the whole muscle cell to get shorter, which causes the whole fascicle to get shorter, which causes the whole muscle to get shorter, and that's what we call contraction. Meanwhile, we got this guy, I'll do him in kind of a yellowish color. I don't know, I'm running out of colors here, light blue. We got this guy called choline esterase, who's going to recycle the acetylcholine and bring it back up and put it back in the cell. So extra acetylcholine, use acetylcholine. He is going to recycle it. His name, I'll write down here, is choline esterase. That's it. That's how simple muscle contraction is. Look at that. It's easy, right? Kinda, not so much. Because if this is your first time seeing this or hearing this, no, not so easy. So let's look at it again. In order for a muscle to contract, it needs to be told to contract. And I don't care what muscle I'm talking about. I don't care what muscle you're talking about. If you're talking about the muscle in your bicep, you can curl your arm, or if you're talking about the muscles that make you blink, these muscles all have to be told to do this. So what tells a muscle to contract? An electrical signal coming down a nerve. The nerves are going to tell the muscle to contract. So this signal comes down the nerve lightning fast. We call that an action potential, just a fancy word for electrical signal. When it gets down to the end of the nerve, to the end of these nerve cells, these neurons, that electrical action potential signal activates calcium channels. That causes calcium to go into the ends of the neurons. That's a trigger. When calcium goes in, that says, all right, let's release acetylcholine. And acetylcholine floods that neuromuscular junction, that space between the neurons and the muscle. And that acetylcholine binds to the receptors on the muscle cell specifically. And as it binds to the receptors, that causes sodium to move into the muscle cell. As sodium moves into the muscle cell, that triggers our storage container of calcium to open up and release calcium and let calcium flood the whole inside of that hot dog shaped muscle cell. Calcium inside of that.
Is that why, like,
You're dehydrated, like when you don't have enough sodium, you get muscle cramps.
That could be part of the reason, yes. Because we do need sodium, not necessarily for that aspect of it, but we do need sodium in order to operate our, well, actually, to operate a lot of things in the body, as we will see. But that is certainly one reason why sodium, especially if you're drinking like a Gatorade, where they talk about it has all these electrolytes. Yeah, sodium is included in that electrolyte list. But we will see that there are other potential reasons for that to happen as well. So, yeah, okay, sodium comes into the cell. I lost track of where I was. Sodium comes into the cell. It tells the calcium, opens up the door, allows calcium to just completely run wild inside of that muscle cell. The calcium is what helps those thick filaments grab on. It creates a space for it to grab onto the thin filaments, to pull them towards one another, causes the whole rod to become shorter. All the rods become shorter. The whole muscle cell becomes shorter. The fascicle becomes shorter. The muscle becomes shorter, and that's a contraction. Meanwhile, cholinesterase is in there recycling everything, bringing parts back up into the neurons so they can be used again. Now think about this for just a moment. Imagine this. If someone tosses you a football and it is just out of your reach, it's not right to you, it's about 2 feet away from you, what do you have to do to catch the football? You got to bend your body toward that side. You have to reach your arm out. You have to extend your entire arm. You have to extend your fingers. You have to raise or lower your arm. And when the football hits your hand, you now have to close your fingers. You have to bring that football towards your body and straighten your body back up again. And the whole time, your eyeballs were tracking that football. It was flying through the air. In other words, your eyeballs were moving. All of those things involved muscle contraction. And how fast does stuff like that happen? How fast do you have to be to throw your arm out to grab a football to bring it back in again? And in order for each of those contractions to happen, they had to be told to happen. Each of those muscles to contract, they had to be told to contract, which means an electrical signal was sent down in the form of an action potential, got to the end of the neuron, activated calcium channels. Calcium goes into the neuron. That releases acetylcholine across the neuromuscular junction. Acetylcholine binds to the receptors on the muscle cell. That changes the permeability of the muscle cell, allows sodium to come into the muscle cell. The sodium in the muscle cell now causes the calcium to be released from its storage site inside of the muscle cell. That released calcium creates a space for the thick filaments to grab onto the thin filaments. They get pulled across one another. Those rods shorten, the muscle cell shortens, the fascicle shortens, the muscle shortens, and that's a contraction. And of course, cholinesterase is in there doing his job recycling. Can you imagine how fast all of that has to happen? Because I cannot. I cannot actually imagine it. I have to slow it way down in my brain just for this stuff to make sense. But it happens literally faster than the blink of an eye, because the blink of an eye is a muscle contraction. So what you really need to do, and if we were in a classroom today, I would show you a video of the animation that is involved in muscle contraction, because being able to see it in animation might help even more. I think it helps a little bit more. Although sometimes they use the really technical terms. I don't know why they do it, because you're breaking things down with animation and making it easy. why not just use easy terms? Obviously, you have to use terms like acetylcholine for the neurotransmitter because that's its name. But sometimes they get a little too full of themselves. They inflate their language a little too much. So what they're showing here, here's the end of the neuron. An electrical current's going to come down. There's a calcium channel there, going to be there somewhere, that's going to release this acetylcholine across that neuromuscular junction. Acetylcholine's binding to these receptors. Sodium is going to come in. That's going to release calcium. Oh, by the way, here's the term acetylcholine again. You can see it there. Sodium coming into the cell causes there to be more of a positive charge inside of the cell than there was before. We call that depolarization. And you can see here, it's sort of showing it as this red arrow. As the red arrow comes down into this, becomes a dotted line in here. Here is our calcium storage sites. Calcium is shown as a green triangle. It's inside of a little storage site. But now, because that sodium came in, that has caused this, what we call depolarization, which actually is just another way of saying an electrical current, once again. So we have an electrical current, becomes a chemical signal, becomes an electrical signal again. And that causes the release of calcium. And here's what calcium does. So what you have here is you have a thick filament, that's the blue one with myosin, and then you have the thin filament, that's the actin with the purple circles with the tropomyosin wrapped around it. And what this myosin wants to do, it has what looks like a little tulip or a golf club at the end of it. It wants to grab on to that troponin and pull it. This is how that thin filament gets pulled in one direction. In this case, it'll be pulled to your left. So calcium comes in and it moves tropomyosin. It binds to troponin, moves tropomyosin out of the way. That gives that little projection off of the thick filament a place to grab. And now it's going to grab, just like you saw those guys doing the tug of war. It's going to grab and it's going to pull it towards the left.
So, Dr. Surgeon, it's pulling was it, how you say, the tropomyosin down? It's pushing it down?
The calcium pushes the troponin down.
Okay.
That moves tropomyosin out of the way. And now the thick filament has a place to grab on to the actin, to the purple, bunch of purple string of beads there.
Okay.
And you can see the arrow right here. It's moving it towards the left. So now go back to this image. Oops, go back to this image for just a second. And think of this guy right here as one of those little golf club heads pulling that pink line towards the center. In other words, these guys are pulling back to back. They're going to be pulling closer to one another. You know, everything's going to be going right to here. So if you can think of this right here, come on. If you can think of this right here as that guy we just saw circled right here, he wants to pull it like backwards, right? He wants to pull it so that it goes more towards the left, like all these other guys are doing on the same side. And the other guys want to pull it more towards the right so that it meets in the middle. So if you can imagine that little thing, this little projection right here as that guy, in order for him to play tug of war like this, he's got to have a place to grab onto that rope. He cannot grab onto the rope because of this darn, I almost said something else, because this darn tropomyosin's in the way. So we got to move tropomyosin. Well, if calcium comes in and moves troponin, that's the yellow one here, it kind of looks like almost a banana. If calcium comes in here and moves troponin, that pushes tropomyosin out of the way. Now, this guy has a place to grab. Now he can pull. And you can see that in order to do this, we're going to have energy, ATP, adenosine triphosphate, in order to get this guy in a position where he's ready to pull.
So Dr. Surgeon, real
Yeah.
quick. So if the calcium doesn't push the troponin down, it wouldn't be able to, the guy wouldn't be able to pull?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. Because you push troponin down, now tropomyosin gets pushed out of the way at the same time. So calcium pushes troponin down, that moves tropomyosin out of the way. Now this guy has a place to grab onto and pull. Where did that calcium come from? Well, remember, there's a storage site inside of the cell filled with calcium. Well, how does the calcium go from the storage site to where it needs to go to the troponin? Well, sodium coming into the cell releases that calcium from its storage site. Well, how does sodium get into the cell? Well, acetylcholine binds to the receptors, and that changes the permeability of the membrane. Well, where does acetylcholine come from? Comes from the end of the nerves. Well, why is it released from the nerves? Because the electrical signal told it to. Does that make a little bit of sense? Half a cent, 50 cents. So here are some big picture takeaways from all of this. Big picture takeaways are this. In order for a muscle to contract, it has to be told to contract. The thing that tells a muscle to contract is an electrical signal. However, most of the time, that electrical signal has to be changed into a chemical signal. The name of the chemical signal with muscle is called acetylcholine. Acetylcholine binding to receptors allows sodium to come in. That releases, that's called depolarization of the cell. It's now more positive on the inside than it was before. Now calcium gets released, and calcium does that job to allow that guy pulling on those thin filaments to do his job. And of course, we have a recycler of that acetylcholine to bring it back into the neuron called cholinesterase. So do you need to know that the neurotransmitter is called acetylcholine that's used in muscle contraction? Absolutely, you do. Where does it come from? The nerve. You're going to hear the term action potential a lot. You're going to hear the word depolarization a lot. You're going to see sodium coming into the cell causing depolarization. You're going to see that a lot. FYI. They call those little things myosin heads, the little things that look like sort of a golf club or a tulip that grabs a hold of it. That's just the name of them. Okay, what do we want to get from this? Well, we know that ATP is required, but it's something you can't really see in the way it was showing it there, but it's sort of counterintuitive that you would need ATP, not for the contraction of the muscle, but actually for the relaxation part of the muscle. You have to have the ATP there in order for the muscle I think I disappeared. Thanks, Brooke. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see
What
you.
am I doing?
The jig.
Dagger.
I apologize for that. That's, you know, that's something that happens. You see, this is the good thing about Zoom, though, because if I suddenly freeze and disappear on Zoom, it's not a problem. Imagine if that happened in the classroom. If I suddenly froze and just disappear, that would be terrifying. So at least this way, it's like, okay, we understand that could happen. I'm afraid to ask how much of that you missed. I hope you got the gist of the muscle physiology. So I think we'll pick up there. Where are we? 11:45. Okay. Let's take, you know what? Let's take a few minutes, just regroup. I'm going to go right into some of the muscle stuff. I'm going to skip over a few things and go right into, I'm going to go right into sort of muscles that you need to know what their names are, where they're located. So yeah, let's take a few minutes break, and I'm going to do that just to keep us on track here. So I just came back, and I'm going to say, let's take a few minutes, and I'll see you in like 10 minutes. Is that all right? Like 11:56? Is that all right? Okay. I'll see you 11:56. We should be coming back here in just a minute. Not even a minute. It should be coming back. Oh, I don't know right about now. We'll come back now. Okay. So we'll wait for everyone to return. Like I said, I'm going to jump right into the main muscles, go through the muscles that you need to know. There'll be times I'll sort of skip over a few things and then I'll come back to it simply because they need a little more explanation before I can talk about them. So I might skip ahead and then come back to it. And then I'll kind of give you a list at the end of the ones that you definitely need to know about. There's a little bit of an error in the slides with what at least one of the muscles do. So I'll make sure I correct for that. But I wanted to get situated with exactly what I'm going to be doing here, because we are, a little short on time and we already have a lot to do. So I don't want to do anything muscle related after lunch. I want to go right into the nervous system and spend the rest of the day doing that. And that will take some time and then some. So we will continue with just going right into the muscles. So here we go. All right, and I do appreciate if I suddenly freeze up or disappear, that you send me a message, because again, I'll just keep talking for hours thinking that people are there. All right, so here are some examples. Here's the overall body, which is not ideal. I prefer to break it down into sections, starting with the head. And although some of these aren't labeled, I will tell you about them, partly because it'll kind of make sense a little bit. I'll start with this one right here, right in the front. The muscles you see right up here are the frontalis muscles. They're not labeled, but they are the frontalis muscles, and they're called that because they sit right on top of the frontal bone. And if you remember from the skull, where the frontal bones are located, the frontalis muscles sit directly on top of those. And when these muscles contract, they're going to make you look a bit surprised. They're going to raise your eyebrows. You can see around the eyeballs, there are circular muscles. Those are the orbicularis oculi muscles. And the orbicularis oculi muscles are going to cause you to sort of squint your eyes. There's even a circular muscle around your lips, the orbicularis oris, that helps to make you pucker up a bit. And then there's this muscle right here called the temporalis muscle. And the temporalis muscle is one of the three main muscles involved in closing your mouth. The temporalis, the masseter, and the medial pterygoid. And again, I'm going to write these down later. The temporalis, the masseter, and the medial pterygoid are the three main muscles involved in closing your mouth. The lateral pterygoid is the main muscle involved in opening your mouth. So you have more muscles closing your mouth than you have opening your mouth, which makes sense because if you're going to take a bite of an apple, it doesn't take a lot of strength to open your mouth, but it takes strength to chomp through the apple. Or if you're going to chew a piece of steak, you don't need a lot of muscle to open your mouth to shove a bite of steak in, but you might need extra muscle in chomping and chomping and chomping through the steak. So you have three main muscles involved in closing the mouth, one main muscle involved in opening the mouth. Here you have the sternocleidomastoid muscle, sternocleidomastoid. Why the long name? Well, it's a long muscle. You can see it running up the neck. This is an important muscle to know because it is sort of a landmark that we use when we're looking for other things, like the carotid artery or the lymph nodes that are found in the neck. And you'll notice something. It has two places where it starts. It starts on the sternum here, and it starts on the clavicle. That is the sternocleido part. And then it inserts on the mastoid process. That's that little bony projection right behind your ear. So the sternocleidomastoid muscle has two places where it starts, sternum, clavicle, and then it inserts on the mastoid process, sternocleidomastoid. And when this muscle contracts, it's going to turn your head towards the center and then down a bit, which is why it's sometimes called the prayer muscle. Turns your head towards the center and down. So of course you have one on the right side, you have one on the left side. Sternocleidomastoid. Sternocleidomastoid. You can see the trapezius muscle a little bit here. You'll be able to see it better in the back. The trapezius muscle is a muscle that is going to shrug your shoulders, trapezius. So if you don't know the answer to something, you just use your trapezius muscles and shrug your shoulders. The deltoid muscle, I'm going to go over here. The deltoid muscle is the muscle of the shoulder that is going to move the arm up and away from the body. We call that abduction, abduction, A-B-D-U-C-T-I-O-N. It's going to move the arm up and away from the body. The deltoid muscle is also an important muscle to know about because it is an injection site. So when we are giving intramuscular injections, this is one of the muscles that we could choose to give that injection into, the deltoid muscle. You can see this big muscle of the chest, the pectoralis major, the big chest muscle. This is the muscle that is going to push you up off the floor, like if you're doing a push-up, or if you're pushing a door open. This is the big muscle that does this. It's called the pectoralis major because there's a smaller one just beneath it called the pectoralis minor. Kind of makes sense. Moving down the arm, we have the biceps brachii muscle. Biceps because it has two places where it starts. It inserts on the radius just below the elbow. There's a bump on that radius where it inserts. And it's going to flex the arm, so it'll bring your fist up towards your shoulder. Well, if we have a muscle that is going to bring your arm up towards your shoulder or your fist up towards your shoulder, we are going to have one that does the opposite. And that is the triceps brachii on the posterior portion of your arm, on the backside, that is going to extend your arm. So you can think of these two as a set. They do opposite things. Triceps brachii extends the arm, so it straightens it out. Biceps brachii flexes the arm, so it brings your fist up towards your shoulder. Then let's look at, for a moment, let's see. Let's look for a moment at some of these muscles that are in the forearm right here. I want you to notice that the muscles are actually closer to your elbow, but look how long the tendons are, the white parts. And many of these that you see here actually go all the way up across your palm and to the tips of your finger. So that when your muscles, these muscles here, contract, they're going to pull your fingers down like you're making a fist. So the muscles are way up here, but the tendons run all the way down your arm, across your palm, and to your fingertips. And most of them are underneath this right here, the retinaculum. The retinaculum is around your wrist. It's also around your ankles, and it holds all those tendons down, except for one, You can see it right there, the palmaris longus. That one will actually pop up because it's not held by that retinaculum. It's not held down. So if you flex your wrist, in other words, bend your wrist a little bit and touch the tip of your thumb to the tip of your pinky, you'll see this right here pop up. And it pops up because it's not held down by that retinaculum, which is found around the excuse me, the wrists and the ankles. You call it God's bracelet, but it's around the ankles as well. And it holds all of those tendons down. So just an interesting thing to see. Now, when we look at the abdominal muscles here, let's look at first these right here. The external abdominal oblique. So oblique means at an angle. So look at these muscles here, they go downwards and they're part of the abdomen, external abdominal obliques. And they're external because they're more towards the outside. If you peeled them off and looked underneath them, you would find internal abdominal oblique muscles that actually go in an upward angle, whereas these go at a downward angle. And then you also see the rectus abdominis muscles going straight up and down. They are straight up and down. That's why they are the rectus abdominis muscles. They go straight up and down. And you can kind of see a little bit of the white aponeuroses here with the linea alba right down the middle, the line that goes down the middle. But that's the linea, not the linea, the aponeuroses is that flat sheet of tendons that these muscles you can see kind of attached to those oblique muscles, for instance. Moving down to the thigh, we see a big group of muscles in the anterior portion of the thigh. There's actually 4 of them there. And these muscles help to extend the lower leg. So if, say, for instance, you're sitting right now and you want to straighten your leg out, they also assist in rising from a squatting position, for instance. And they are called the quadriceps or quadriceps femoris. The group of them called the quadriceps femoris. Individually, they're made up of the rectus femoris. And if you remember, rectus means straight, femoris, femur. It runs straight down along the femur, rectus femoris. Then there are 3 vastus muscles in this group. Quadriceps, there's 4 muscles altogether. The rectus femoris, and there's 3 vastus muscles. The vastus lateralis, the vastus intermedius, and the vastus medialis. Although the vastus intermedius isn't listed here, but you can see the vastus medialis. Now, for this class, do you really need to know the 4 different muscles? I'm not really going to test you on them, no. However, you should know them as the quadriceps or the quadriceps femoris, and you should know there's 4 of them in the anterior portion of the thigh. And the vastus lateralis muscle is also an injection site. So if you've ever taken your baby to the pediatricians to get their pediatric vaccinations, you notice that we stick the baby in the thigh, and the muscle that we're shooting for is the vastus lateralis muscle. Then there's, I'm still here. Then there is the sartorius muscle. This is actually the longest muscle in the body if you include the length of the ligaments. Length of the tendons. The sartorius muscle is actually the longest muscle in the body, and it starts way up here on the hip and comes way down here and attaches on the medial aspect just below the knee. So a lot of times people say, well, the rectus femoris is the longest muscle. Actually, it's not. Actually, it's the sartorius muscle. But the sartorius muscle isn't a very strong muscle, and it is really helpful if you're dancing an Irish jig, that you can bring the medial side of your foot up inward, or if you're playing hacky sack, or if you're trying to climb a tree or a rock face. Because when you want to bring your leg and your foot up to the next foothold, this is the muscle that's going to help with that. So it's not a really strong muscle, but it's the longest muscle. Sometimes called the tailor's muscle, because when a man is measured for the diameter of the thigh, the tape measure starts up on the hip and kind of goes down across the leg, so it basically falls right on top of it. I think the only muscle I want you to see on the lower foot, right, or the lower leg right now, is the tibialis anterior, and only because I want you to recognize the fact that it is in the front. It tells you that, anterior, and it runs right along that bone called the tibia. And you can see the retinaculum around the ankle as well, holding down those tendons. Then there's a muscle here. You can see it better from the back of the lower leg, and it is called the gastrocnemius. It is the main calf muscle. There is another part of the calf called the soleus. Yeah, you can see it right there, the soleus. But the gastrocnemius is the one that I want you to remember. It's the main calf muscle. This is going to plantar flex your foot. It's going to cause you to go up on your tippy toes. It's going to take your heels up off the ground. The gastrocnemius, the main calf muscle. And I know you're looking at this thinking, well, wait a minute. This doesn't make sense at all, because I studied medical terminology and gastro means stomach. So that doesn't make sense. And then nemius, spelled with a C, C-N-E-M-I-U-S, but the C is silent. Nemius means leg. So this doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The leg of the stomach, what does that even mean? Or the stomach leg? Well, unfortunately, yep, that's what it means. Perhaps they thought it looked like the stomach, but it is not, has anything to do with the stomach, but it is the gastrocnemius. So just be aware of that, because if you see that on a test, you might automatically think, well, that can't be in the leg. That has something to do with the stomach. Now, no, not in this case. It actually is in the leg. So that is one that I definitely want you to know about, and make sure you get it right. Now notice the tendon from the gastrocnemius muscle stretches all the way down and attaches to that big heel bone. Remember, the big bone in the heel is called the calcaneus, which is why this is called the calcaneal tendon, or sometimes referred to as the Achilles tendon, named after Achilles, who was in Greek mythology. Let's see, his father was mortal, but his mother was not. She was like a nymph, and she didn't want her son to be vulnerable to the arrows of his enemies. So when he was born, he was a baby. His mother took him to the river Styx and dipped him into the water so that his body would be covered by that water, and it would not allow him to ever be injured in war. Except when she dipped him in the water, she had to hold him from someplace. So she held him from that little part right there behind his heel. That place was never touched by the water, which meant that was his vulnerable spot. And in Greek mythology, he was killed when an arrow shot by Paris of Troy hit him in that spot. Not to be confused with Paris of Hilton. So you may have heard of this Achilles tendon before. It is okay to call it the Achilles tendon. I still call it the Achilles tendon, but it is officially the calcaneal tendon, and it is the tendon that attaches to the gastrocnemius muscle. Okay, we will look back at the back side of the person here. I'll talk more about some of these, like the infraspinatus and the teres minor, in just a little bit. We talked about the triceps brachii. Then there's this big muscle in the back called the latissimus dorsi, and it makes that big back muscle, which can be utilized if you are rowing a boat or if you are pulling yourself up or pulling something down towards you. Useful then. Notice on the lower part of the arm in the front, in the anterior portion, we have these muscles that will flex your fingers. So on the posterior aspect of the lower arm, we have muscles with the tendons that run all the way to the tips of the fingers that will extend your fingers. In other words, straighten them back up again. Then we have the big butt muscle, the gluteus maximus. Now, if you look at its name, gluteus maximus, there is a reason it's called the gluteus maximus, because there is a gluteus minimus. Additionally, there's one on the side, not seen in this picture, but I think it's in one of the other ones, called the gluteus medius, which is actually an injection site. So when people get an injection into a muscle and they go down, have to drop their drawers to get this injection done, it's actually not into the gluteus maximus, it's more towards the side of the hip in the gluteus medius. One of the reasons for that is there's a big nerve that runs right down the center there that we don't want to hit with a needle. So we actually inject into the side, into the gluteus medius. Onto the back side of the upper leg. In the front, we had a group of 4 muscles, the quadriceps femoris. In the posterior aspect, we have a group of 3 muscles. The biceps femoris, and then there's the semitendinous and semimembranous. Again, for this class, do you need to know the individual names? Not for this class. I wouldn't make you do that. I would want you to at least know them as the hamstring groups or the hamstrings. And they are going to cause the leg to flex. So in other words, bend your leg. Opposite of the quadriceps. So let's move through here. It tells you some of this. The sternocleidomastoid, the prayer muscle, we talked about that one. The internal and external intercostal muscles. These muscles are absolutely delicious. If you slow cook these and cover them in a spicy barbecue sauce, maybe serve with some potato salad, that is quite a meal. Now, of course, I do not mean human intercostal muscles, but that's what you're eating when you eat ribs. Because when you order ribs, you don't actually eat the rib, that's the bone. You eat the meat in between. Well, the meat is actually muscle. So for those of you who don't know, when you're eating meat, you're actually eating muscle. And depending upon where these intercostal muscles are located, they can contract and cause ribs to come closer together, for instance. And that can cause the thoracic cavity to get smaller, and that could squeeze the lungs, and that can force air out. So some of these intercostal muscles are involved in forcing air out of the lungs. Now, when do you force air out of the lungs? Well, how about when you cough? You're forcing more air out of your lungs. Why? Because you want to get something out of your airway for whatever reason. This is why if you have like an upper respiratory infection and you've been coughing for 2 or 3 days straight, you ever notice your chest begins to hurt? because you're utilizing all these muscles over and over and over again that you don't usually use that much. And the doctor will say, when you say, I have this pain in my chest now from all this coughing, the doctor will say, oh, that's skeletal muscle pain, because that's the pain of some of those intercostal muscles. The diaphragm is, of course, that dome-shaped muscle that separates the thoracic cavity from the abdominal cavity. And that is a very important dome-shaped muscle because as it flattens out, it causes air to come rushing into the lungs. It is actually skeletal muscle. And that confuses people a little bit, because when you think of breathing, you think that's an involuntary process. You don't really think about breathing. So shouldn't it be smooth muscle if it's involuntary? Well, no, because you do have some control over your breathing. You can take a deep breath, you can hold your breath, you can take shallow breaths. So there is some voluntary aspect to it. And it says it flattens as it contracts. It does, but it doesn't flatten completely. It just goes from being dome-shaped to less dome-shaped. It doesn't flatten out completely. It does do that. Okay, we talked about rectus abdominis. And here you can see some of those intercostal muscles in between the ribs. Delicious. Not human, of course. You can see here a very quick overview of all of these muscles that are involved in helping to maintain the vertebrae, for instance. Notice the erector spinae, all of these muscles that help to keep our vertebra or vertebrae, plural, in a nice straight posture. What else do I want to show you? There's something else here. The levator ani and coccygeus are muscles that go across the bottom floor of the pelvis that actually make up a huge portion of what we call the floor of the pelvis. And of these other ones here, we'll talk about some of the other ones a little bit later on, but the bulbospongiosus muscle, this is a muscle that is often cut when she is in labor and delivery, and we see that there's going to be a tear that's going to occur. So we do this procedure called an episiotomy, which doesn't stop the tear, it just directs the tear. In other words, we say, we're only going to allow you to tear this much. Because actually a tear will heal better than a cut will, like an incision will. But sometimes if it looks like it's going to tear too much or in the wrong direction, because we don't want it to interfere with other things, we can direct that tear using an episiotomy. So one of the muscles, the deeper muscles that is often cut in that process, is the bulbospongiosus muscle. So when things are getting sutured back together, that's the first thing that gets sutured back together as you're working from the inside out. So I kind of want you to hear about that, especially ladies, because later on when you talk about labor and delivery, as you've seen the stuff in the labs, they might go into episiotomy and cutting some of the tissue, including the bulbospongiosus. So I just kind of want you to hear about that one. Talked about those. Oh, no. Yeah, here, okay. The rotator cuff muscles. Infraspinatus, supraspinatus, subscapularis, and the teres minor. You've probably heard of a rotator cuff before. So just imagine your arm at your shoulder, all of the range of motion that you can do with your arm, right? You can bring your arm across your body so that you can touch your opposite shoulder. You can put your arm out in front of you. You can raise your arm straight up in the air. You can put your arm back behind you to a certain extent, both coming from the bottom and from the top. You can put your arm out to your side. You can do circles with your arm. All of that motion happens because these muscles work together. And in fact, I would kind of include the deltoid as part of this. So when I think of rotator cuff muscles, I also kind of think of the deltoid as well. So I saw the infraspinatus, supraspinatus, and the teres minor. Okay, here's the subscapularis and the teres minor. Where did I see the Supraspinatus and infraspinatus. Maybe it was on an earlier one. Yeah, they're there. Supraspinatus, infraspinatus, teres minor. They don't have the subscapularis on this one. But these muscles are all working together as part of that rotator cuff to help your arm have all that, all that range of motion. Okay, and I think we should be pretty close. We talked about those somewhat. Now, here it concludes the opponent's pollicis. If you look at the palm of your hand, there is a pad that is right at the base of your thumb. And that pad is actually made up of a group of muscles called the thenar muscles. And the thenar muscles all work together to make your thumb have the grip that it has. So I don't necessarily want you to know them individually, but I would want you to know them as a group. And that's because there's a clinical significance to that. You will hear about people who have carpal tunnel syndrome because they're on computers all the time or they do hair, and that compresses the nerves that run up, especially the medial nerves that run up to the hand. And those nerves innervate those muscles that are in the palm there, right by the thumb, the thenar muscles. So what ends up happening if people have long-standing carpal tunnel syndrome, those muscles actually shrink. We call that a muscle wasting. So you'll hear them talk about thenar wasting. So I want you to know sort of the group of them. And that's kind of an easy one to remember because if you think of your thenar muscles, you think of your thumb. When you think of your thenar muscles, you think of your thumb.
Dr. Sturgeon,
Yes.
why, like, on movies, when people die, their hands just, like, go like this?
Go like what? I can't see your hand.
Oh, like, their fingers, like, they go from being enclosed to just, like, straight. It's, like, representing, like, them dying.
Yes. Well, because our muscles are contracting and that requires energy. And if you're dead, you have no energy. So muscles are initially going to contract or initially going to relax.
Mm.
However, and here's where it gets kind of interesting. However, when a person dies, blood no longer circulates around. So tissue doesn't get nutrients, cells don't get nutrients, cells start to die. And one of the things that happen with muscle cells when they're dying, those storage compartments of calcium that are inside of them kind of break open. So calcium floods the whole inside of those muscle cells. Well, the muscle cell doesn't know that it's dying, and all those filaments that are getting pulled, they don't know that things are dying. So all it knows is calcium comes over and moves troponin out of the way, gets tropomyosin out of the way, and now they have a place to grab onto, and they pull. So they will be pulling and pulling and pulling, which will be shortening, which will be contracting, which means their fingers will actually start to curl up. Their arms can curl up, their bodies can curl up. We call that rigor mortis. And the reason that happens is because that calcium storage site inside of those cells just opens up and allows calcium to flood the whole inside of the cell. And the cycle just continues. However, you can't get relaxation because in order for those muscles to relax, you need energy, ATP. And if there's no circulation because the person's dead, there's no energy being created. So there's no relaxation, at least not initially. Everything, they stay in a curled up position. But eventually, the whole cell just dies and breaks apart. And then everything loses its strength and gravity takes over. And then things will fall into a position that gravity allows, basically. But that's why rigor mortis happens, is because those muscle cells, when they're dead and dying and dead, the calcium storage inside of them just breaks open and calcium just floods the whole space just like it normally would if it was told to. So contraction occurs. Pretty interesting, actually, I think. We talked about the gastrocnemius. We talked about posture. Okay, good. Oh, man. Dang it. I was really close. Okay, that's all right. That's all right. We'll get back to it. I think what I'm going to do then, we'll stop there for a break. When we come back, yeah, I should take that over a break. When we come back, I will then put on the screen, write this down, muscles that you need to know. Because obviously I just sort of covered them, but you know, unless you were writing fast or unless you want to go backwards and listen to it again, which you certainly can, and write everything down. This way, I'm just going to put it on the screen. Okay, that way you won't have any questions. That way you won't think, wait, am I supposed to know the teres minor? No, I will write down on the screen exactly which ones you need to know. And that'll finish out muscle, and then we'll start in the nervous system. Good? Good. Okay, I think I'm going to make a sandwich. Probably peanut butter and jelly. So I will see you at 1 o'clock. Ready? All right, let me stop recording. Okay, we are coming back. Recording. So what I'm going to do is go right into making a list of the muscles that you need to know and a little bit about them. So again, I'm going to have this posted on YouTube a little bit later on today. It takes a little while to download it and then to re-upload it up to YouTube and to edit it and such. So with a little bit of editing that I do, and then probably not much on this one. And you can see it again that way if you have to. So you can copy them down, you can listen, you can record it, whatever you want to do. But first, speaking of recording, let me make sure everyone is still here. Is everyone here? Did anyone leave? If you did, Tania's here, Skinner's here, Stefan's here, is here, is here, he is here. Here. Let's see. Cody Hash is here. Shea Halls is here. Okay, good. Everyone's here. All right, so right now I'm going to go into that list. I think I'm recording. I am. So here we go. You should be able to see my screen pop up in front of you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All right, let's get rid of all of this interesting stuff. All right. So let's start with we'll go from the top down basically. The temporalis muscle. The masseter. And the medial pterygoid. T-E-R-Y-G-O-I-D. Okay. Three main muscles.
Can you say the name of that last muscle again?
Closing the mouth. That would be the medial pterygoid. The P is silent. Just like with the word pneumonia, pneumonia begins with a P. When you see a word like this where there's a P and a T and then a P and an N, the P is silent. So the temporalis, the masseter, and the medial pterygoid are the three main muscles involved in closing the mouth. The lateral pterygoid, spelled with a P, pterygoid, is the main muscle opening the mouth. The significance of this is that these are all innervated by the same cranial nerve. Cranial nerve 5 is the trigeminal nerve. Roman numeral 5. So probably like next week we'll get into cranial nerves a little bit, because I'm sure we won't have time this week. But that is the significance of all of these. They're all innervated by the same cranial nerve. And the clinical relevance of that is that there is a disease where that nerve becomes inflamed, and that creates a condition called tic de la rue, or trigeminal neuralgia. But it's also known as the suicide disease, because they say the pain, this chronic pain from this, can be so bad that you just want to die. So we may or may not talk more about that later on, but that's sort of the significance with all of these here. Let's see, the sternocleidomastoid. This is going to turn the head towards center and down just a bit. That's why it's called the prayer muscle. Remember, it has two places where it starts: the sternum, the clavicle, sternocleido, and then it inserts on the mastoid process: sternocleidomastoid, 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 sternocleidomastoid. Turns the head towards the center and then down just a little bit. And of course, there's one on the right side, one on the left side. Let's see. I don't know if I included this one or not, so I'm going to include it just in case. Deltoid is the main shoulder muscle. Abducts the arm. In other words, moves it away from the midline of the body. And injection site. Talk about the biceps brachii, triceps brachii already. I'm not going to talk more about those. The thenar muscles at the base of the thumb. So when you think of the thenars, think of your thumb. Thenars, think thumb. Thenars, think thumb. Thenars, think thumb. Thenars, think thumb. Let's see, what else? What are the ones that I stress? I know I'm going to miss something here, but let's keep going here. Gastrocnemius, calf muscle, and it will plant or flex the foot. Goes up on your, because you go up on your toes. That's the one that is attached to the Achilles tendon or the calcaneal tendon to the heel bone. Which are the ones that I stress a lot. The sartorius, the longest muscle, the quadriceps femoris is in the front of the upper thigh, made up of 4 muscles, the rectus femoris, and then the 3 vastus muscles. The hamstrings are the group in the posterior aspect of the upper thigh, made up of 3 muscles. The biceps femoris, the semitendinous and semimembranous. The trapezius muscle shrugs your shoulders. We have a bunch of abdominal muscles: external abdominal oblique, internal abdominal oblique, rectus abdominis. There's even transverse abdominis. I don't think we saw those in the picture though. So that we can bend in all these different directions or bring our legs up in a line from a lying position in all these different directions. I think those are some of the main ones. The gluteus maximus, the big butt muscle, but there's a gluteus minimus and also a gluteus medius. And the gluteus medius is more towards the side of your hip. That's another injection site, gluteus medius. The vastus lateralis in the quadriceps is an injection site. It's kind of laterally located, but well, yeah, vastus lateralis is laterally located on your thigh. As far as ani and coccygeus, I talked about those just a little bit, making up the floor of the pelvis. The bulbospongiosus muscle that is often cut during the episiotomy. I think that is about it. I mentioned the latissimus dorsi, the big back muscle, pectoralis major, big chest muscle, pectoralis minor right underneath that. Okay, I think that's about good. Yeah, so if I wrote them down, you can almost be sure that you'll see them again. If I mention them more than a couple of times, maybe, but if I wrote them down, then definitely you're going to see them again. So they're there. Okay.
Yes, Dr. Stonji.
Yes.
I have a question about the deltoid muscle. Is
Sure.
it supposed to be in a certain position of the arm, like the left or the right?
What do you mean?
Like now you said about the delta. I want to know if it's supposed to be on both arms or just one specific arm.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, both arms.
Okay. So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter like the way you ask the question, it's just like
Correct.
okay. I was thinking maybe it's just supposed to be on the right, not the left.
No, it's the muscle. It's going to do this. It's going to pick your arm up and away from your body. I don't want to shrug my shoulders here, but it's going to pick your arm up and away from your body. This right here, when they give you an injection right here, that's the muscle they're injecting into. So it's either side.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. So that is going to take us to the nervous system. And yes, there's a lot to cover in the nervous system. I'm going to take us there as best I can, but we'll probably have to pick up more of it on Thursday of next week. And we'll have the test probably in the afternoon portion of Thursday of next week. But the thing about the nervous system includes the brain and the spinal cord, of course. And the brain is pretty complex. And there's a lot that we really don't know about it. We still don't necessarily know how it works. I mean, we understand the basic physiology. We understand that there's an electrical signal that becomes a chemical signal that becomes an electrical signal, but we don't really understand how that turns into a feeling of love or hate or disgust or happiness, or how that becomes the image that you can see in your head of your mother's face. Or if I ask how much is 4 + 5, that you know that it's 9. How an electrical current, an electrical signal becomes a chemical signal, becomes an electrical signal, how that translates into all those things we really don't understand. And it was for a long time, people knew that the brain was responsible for things like thinking, sending information out in the body, making sure things are working properly in the body. But for a long time, they just assumed it was this one big gelatinous mass that didn't have any, specific form or function, or any specific area did any specific thing. And it wasn't until about 150 years ago, this guy working on the railroad named Phineas Gage was a tamper, which meant they would drill holes in rocks and pour gunpowder into it, put a fuse in it, pour sand on top of it, and come along with a metal pipe and push the gunpowder down, pack it down really tight, and light the fuse and run away, blow out big chunks of area where they can create the railroad. And this guy, he was in charge of tamping that stuff down. And the reason you put sand on top of all the gunpowder is in case it hits a rock, so doesn't cause a spark. But that's exactly what happened one time with him. And this metal rod, when this explosion occurred, shot up through his face and came out of his head with brain and skull and skin flying away with it. But the thing about this guy, Phineas Gage, is that he survived. And the one thing they noticed is that his personality changed. He had gone from being a very easygoing, friendly guy to suddenly mean and really short-tempered. So that's when they started to think that maybe different areas of the brain do different things. And this is what we refer today as localization. And of course, now the theory, the understanding is much better with that today. But that was sort of the thing that turned the tide on starting to understand the brain a little bit more. Now, we still don't, like I said, we still don't know a lot. And if you consider all the things that you're thinking about right now, all the things that you're seeing right now, all the things that you're hearing right now, things that you're smelling, all of this stuff takes place in your brain. So when you think of looking out the window, looking at the snow that has finally stopped falling, at least for now, you think that you're seeing this with your eyes, but you're not seeing it with your eyes. You're seeing all this with your brain, because the information comes into your eyes through your pupil. Your pupil is just a little hole. Wait, where's the camera? It's just a little hole that is allowing light to go back into the eyeball. And back in the eyeball, there are switches, specialized cells that either get activated or they don't get activated. When that light comes in and hits them, some get activated, some do not. So all that information of which cells have gotten activated, which have not, gets sent to the back of the brain where it's interpreted as what you see. So you don't actually see with your eyes. Vision actually occurs back here in the back part of your brain. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, that doesn't make sense, because when I close my eyes, I don't see anything. I bet you do. I bet that if you close your eyes right now and you thought about a pink elephant wearing a purple cowboy hat walking across the parking lot in Walmart, I bet you can see that image. Not for real, but you can imagine that. And I'm sure that the last time you slept for a long period of time and had a dream, in your dream, there were things happening and you saw things like friends or relatives or something, but your eyes were closed during that time. So yeah, vision doesn't happen with the eyes. It just allows light to come in and activate those switches. What you see actually happens back here in the back of your brain, which means that when you hear things, you don't actually hear with your ears. That just allows the sound waves to travel in, and there's more specialized types of switches and cells that pick up this information and send it to your brain. So that when you're smelling something, You're not smelling it with your nose. You're smelling it with your, well, actually temporal lobe, with your brain. When you're tasting something, people say, well, you taste things with your tongue, right? No. The tongue just has a whole bunch of switches. And those switches either get activated or they don't get activated. And that information gets sent back to the gustatory cortex in your parietal lobe in your brain. And that's where taste occurs. Pretty amazing how that happens, considering the brain is just a bunch of neurons, just a bunch of cells that are sending information back and forth in the form of electrical messages and chemical messages. That's it. And considering this is what we're in 2021 now, you think we're pretty advanced in medicine. However, when a brain surgeon is going in to do surgery on a person, on their brain, oftentimes the person is awake because there's no pain sensation of the brain. So the brain itself doesn't feel pain. It can interpret pain from other areas of the body, but not the brain itself. So they will cut the calvarium, the skull cap, put that over there, and they'll have the patient awake after that, but they'll be bolted down to the table so they can't move their head. Then the surgeon will get a little electrical probe, and in the areas where they're planning on doing surgery, they'll stick the electrical probe and give a little electrical shock and ask the patient what just happened. And the patient will say, I moved my foot, or I smiled with part of my face, or I blinked my eye. That's scary to think that this is 2021 and brain surgeons are still going around poking the brain with electrodes to see what areas are going to do what, so they know exactly where to do the surgery and cut things out. Now it's a little simplified version of that, but I'm not a brain surgeon. I'm sure it's much, much more complicated, but that's the gist of it. It's pretty amazing and a little bit scary how little we know about the brain. However, if we knew the exact place to put one of those electrodes and send an electrical shock, the patient might say things like, I taste chocolate. Well, that would be pretty cool, because you get to taste the chocolate without actually the fat and calories of chocolate. So when we look at the brain, we're going to see lots of different parts of the brain, the different areas that do different things, that localization part, and the cells that are all working together to make sure that happens correctly. And then, of course, the cells that make up nerves that are sending signals throughout the body and taking signals in from all over, and are going to be interpreting all of this information, maybe even storing it. Now, there are some misconceptions about the brain. Sometimes you'll hear people say that you only use 10% of your brain, or 37% of your brain, or some other made-up number. That is not true. You do use 100% of your brain, but you don't use 100% of your brain all of the time. Now, you might think, well, if we could use all of our brain at the same time, wouldn't we be smarter? No, we'd actually be dumber, because we have to use certain areas of our brain to do certain tasks. So if we try to do everything evenly, then some things wouldn't work out as well. Kind of like if I say, well, I have my, let me do my right. I have my bicep that curls my arm up this way. I have my tricep that straightens my arm out that way. That's two different muscles. What if I used them both at the same time? Wouldn't I be stronger? No, because one's pulling this way, the other one's pulling the opposite way. If anything, I'd be weaker because they'd be working against each other. So no, we're not going to use our brain all at the same time. That would actually make us dumber. We wouldn't be able to function as well. So a bit of a misconception there. When some people say that, they truly don't understand the nervous system. But that's okay. We won't hold that against them. By the way, before I get started here, let me add this part. There is a couple parts to the brain that are required for memorizing things. We have short-term and then long-term memory. Everything starts out in short-term memory and then has to get moved into long-term memory. So how does the brain move things into long-term memory? Well, it has to believe that it's important enough to put into long-term memory. What would cause the brain to think something is important enough to put it into long-term memory? Lots of things, like repetition. Sternocleidomastoid, 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 sternocleidomastoid. Thenar, think thumb. 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 So things like repetition are going to put those things in the long-term memory. Why do I even bring that up? Why do you care? Well, when you sleep at night and you dream about things, part of what you're dreaming, part of the purpose of dreaming is so your brain is shifting through stuff that you've learned all day long and determining what's important enough to keep and what's not, and sort of create stories around that. So you don't realize how much you learn every single day. And I don't just mean sitting in class, but you learn a lot just by going out in public, for instance. If I drove you to Wawa, because you said, hey, drive me to Wawa, and I said, okay. And I drove you to Wawa and I waited in the car while you went inside and you bought your Twix candy bar, because I would tell you to buy a Twix because I want one of them. And you go and you buy the Twix candy bar and you're in line behind a guy who's paying for everything with pennies, counting everything out, and you're sitting there going, oh, this guy's taking forever. And you notice the back of his jacket says Tom and John's Trucking Company. And you're sitting there going, come on, come on, come on, Tom and John's Trucking Company, just pay the stuff and get out of here. And then you come out to the car and I say, what took you so long? You go, this guy was paying with pennies in front of me. I go, what guy? You go, I don't know, some guy from Tom and John's Trucking Company or whatever. Okay. Then we go on with our days. But if I were to ask you 3 weeks later, what was the name of that trucking company that guy's jacket had on it? And you go, what do you say, what guy? I would say, the guy from the Wawa, remember I drove you up there? You'd be like, oh yeah, he was taking a while doing something. I don't really remember. Why wouldn't you remember that? You remembered it when you walked out the door. Well, because at that moment it was kind of important and impacted your life a little bit. But after that, you realized it wasn't really important. It wasn't important enough to stick in your long-term memory. So it just goes away. But you learned something that day. You learned there's a company named Tom and John's Trucking Company, and they have blue jackets that they wear. So this is something that you learned, but you don't hold on to everything that you learned because that's kind of wasteful. There's no reason to put things there that you don't necessarily need. That's one theory as to why. Because you could certainly justify and say, well, what about those people who have memories where they remember every single detail in their life? I don't know if that's a good thing. I think there's times where we want to kind of forget some stuff. But that's how sort of long-term and short-term memory works. You remember things, you see things, you learn things, and then later your brain has to decide, is this important enough to keep, or can we just discard it or put it aside somewhere else? So if every day you went into Wawa and every day that guy was there and he was always in front of you, yeah, then you'd probably remember it because he kept making you late to get to class every day. But just that one time, and think about every time you go out and how many times you've walked into a store as somebody was walking out, or you were standing behind somebody in line, or the cashier who cashed you out, all these people that you've come in contact with, all these newspaper headlines that you saw at a glance, billboards that you saw, the stuff, your brain takes in this information and has to decide what stays and what doesn't. So that's one of the things that the dream does. It is not something that tells the future. I know people will say, well, can't your dreams also be like a future telling device? No. People will be convinced that it can. Because they'll say, well, I had a dream about my cousin who I haven't seen in 3 months. And the next day he called me. How do you explain that? That's what we call coincidence. And the brain loves coincidences. It'll make that connection and hang on to it like, oh, this is important. It won't remember all those other times you had dreams where somebody you didn't see in a while suddenly doesn't call you the next day. So your brain doesn't make that connection, so it's not important, so it just forgets about it. But when those coincidences occur, your brain says, hey, this must be important, and locks onto it. So that's why it seems like more. But it's not, sorry. And lastly, I'm going to break your hearts with this one, I think. Are you familiar with the term déjà vu? And lastly, I think I'm going to break your hearts with this one, though. Are you familiar with the term déjà vu? You see what I did? You didn't see what I did there? Okay.
You did it.
Tough crowd, man. People think déjà vu is the result of a glitch in the matrix, or it is a parallel universe, or it's some sort of future telling. Déjà vu is just a mistake. Your brain's making a mistake. And of course, you're going to believe it because it's your brain. But you'll be absolutely convinced that this has all happened before. What actually happens is that you go someplace, maybe you go someplace new, for instance, and maybe, let's see, Valentine's Day is coming up. So you go to an Italian restaurant on a first date with somebody you've never been out with before, to a new restaurant you've never been to before, and you're sitting down at the table and there's a checkered tablecloth on the table. And that checkered tablecloth has the exact pattern as the tablecloth on your grandmother's house, where you used to go every day after school. And your brain picks up on that little pattern and says, I remember this. And then it says, oh, I remember all of this, when it really doesn't. So I'm sorry to disappoint you, but déjà vu is just a mistake that your brain's making. It's not a pathway to another dimension. Now, before we go on, are there any questions? Yes, sir.
I'm a little confused about it. You said something like we don't normally see with our eyes, but it's the brain. Why about those people with blind eyes? They also have eyes, but why can't they see like the way we see, since they also have the same brain?
Well, first of all, the pupil, that little dark center in the middle of your eye, is just an opening. So why is it dark? Well, if you've ever looked at a cave on a bright sunny day, it looks like just a dark hole in the wall. So you can't see into the cave because there's no light. So what you're seeing when you're looking at a pupil is you're seeing just the opening to a big dark cave. Then in the back of the eyeball, in the lining of the eyeball, there are millions of these little switches that are going to get activated by the light, or they won't get activated by the light for whatever reason. And then all of those switches are going to send information back along nerves, the optic nerve specifically, cranial nerve 2, to the back of the brain, where the brain takes this information and interprets it. So if a person has a problem with their pupil, no light goes in, nothing gets activated. If a person's pupil is fine, but the switches are not there, nothing gets activated. If the pupil's fine, the switches are there, but the nerves that bring the information back here has a problem, then nothing gets back here. If the pupil is fine, the switches are there, the nerves are fine, goes all the way back to the brain, but there's a problem with the back of the brain, then vision won't occur. So anything along that pathway, if that gets interrupted, vision doesn't happen back here. And if that person had normal vision for some period of their life and then lost their vision for whatever reason, when they have dreams, they can still dream seeing things like like people's faces. But if they never had vision, if they were born without vision, never had vision, then they dream in sound. Just the way they see normal everyday life to them is in sound. That make a little bit of sense?
Dr.
Yes.
Surgeon, I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so you know how when you have COVID and you lose your sense of smell and taste, is that stemming from the brain?
I think it's more of a problem with the nerves
With the
rather
nerve?
than the brain. Yeah. I'm not sure why it's involved, and I'm not sure we know why it's involved, but we definitely know that that seems to be a part of the signs and symptoms of it. But it's I don't know, and I'm not sure if it's clear to anybody else as to exactly what pathway is interrupted, but I don't believe it's a pathway in the brain.
Okay.
Let's see. Smell happens here, taste happens here. So I don't think it's a problem with this. I think it's a problem with somewhere in the pathway from here going to there.
Okay.
That would just make more sense. Anyone else have a question? Nope. All right. So the first thing we're going to go over are the cells that make up the nervous system. And there are lots of cells total. The main cell of the nervous system is called the neuron. It is what we refer to as the parenchyma, which means it's the cell that does the thing that you think of when you think of the brain and the spinal cord. It's the main cell. However, there's a lot of supporting cells that help out the cause, and there's actually more of them total. So let's get into some of that now. And you should be able to see my screen here in just a moment. Let's see. Is this 11? Yeah. Cells of the nervous system. Okay. The nervous system and the endocrine system work together to make sure the whole human body is functioning as it should. Now, the nervous system involves the brain and the spinal cord, as well as all the nerves. They're going to send signals out lightning fast that's going to have some kind of action, like kick your leg. Like kick your leg out. However, even though that's a lightning fast action that occurs from that lightning fast message, electrical message, the action is short-lived. So if you want to kick your leg again, the nerve has to send another signal. And if it wants to do it again, send another signal. The endocrine system can make changes that last longer, like instead of just for a moment, the endocrine system can make changes that last for hours or days or weeks or longer. And the endocrine system uses chemical messages called hormones. That's what a hormone is. A hormone is a chemical message that we put into our blood from one part of our body, and then it just goes to another part of the body. And of course, we know blood goes everywhere. So if we want a hormone to go from one organ in one part to another organ in another part, all we have to do is put the hormone in our blood, and we know it'll eventually get there because blood goes everywhere. And it is a message that's going to tell cells to do something. Again, they're going to have a little bit longer of an action. This is a really complicated image. You know what? Yes.
Of that, like of the endocrine system causing a change.
Say that again?
I said, what would be an example of that?
The endocrine system causing changes,
Yes.
increasing overall body growth of puberty, sends out hormones like growth hormone, which activates somatostatin, which is going to cause the growth to occur. Growth of hair with the result of testosterone being released. The menstrual cycle that happens over approximately a 28-day period, and the changes that occur in the menstrual cycle depending upon how much estrogen and how much progesterone is released, which is based on how much follicle stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone is released. Did that help? I hope.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, the next slide that they're going to show here is a little bit complicated. I really don't like it. Let me make it a little bit easier. We'll start off with orange. I don't know why, we just will. So the nervous system is divided into two parts, two basic parts. The central nervous system, I'm just going to abbreviate it CNS for central nervous system, which is made up of the brain, and the spinal cord. Very simple stick spinal cord. How about blue? Okay. And the other part of the nervous system is made up of the peripheral nervous system. CNS, central nervous system, PNS, peripheral nervous system. And that is going to include all of the nerves that branch off of the spinal cord and the nerves that branch off of the brain, as well as all of the branches off of those branches, and the branches that come off of those branches. So we can have messages going in this direction that says, hey, move your arm, or we can have messages coming in this direction saying, you just stepped on a tack, as a for instance.
So no matter which way they're going, they're always peripheral nervous. That's always it.
Yes, the nerves that branch off the spinal cord and the brain are all part of the peripheral nervous system. So the easy way to think of this is the central nervous system is the brain and spinal cord. Then everything else is peripheral nervous system. And the peripheral nervous system is then divided into the, I should use different colors so I don't confuse this. Somatic portion. The somatic portion of the peripheral nervous system is voluntary. So all the nerves that are involved with voluntary stuff. Hey, you want to move your leg? Move your leg. You want to blink your eye? Blink your eye. You want to move your finger? Move your finger. You want to chew on a taco? Chew on a taco. Voluntary. That is the somatic portion of the peripheral nervous system. So all the nerves that fall under the peripheral nervous system, all the nerves are going to fall into the peripheral nervous system. All the ones where things are happening voluntarily falls under somatic. And if it's not voluntary, it is the autonomic division of the peripheral nervous system. And that does things automatically. So consider something like your heart rate. Your heart rate is set at a certain amount. It can go up, it can go down. Do you have any control over that? Not really, no. I mean, you could try to calm yourself down, for instance, but you really don't have control. You can't say, I'm going to make my heart rate go up right now. Here goes. Can you move things through your intestines, through your small intestines while you're absorbing stuff? No, you can't do that. That's done automatically. Can you change your pupil size, make them dilate on command just as you're sitting there? No, that would be freaky if you could just suddenly make your pupils dilate, get bigger or get smaller. So oh, bloody hell. Things that are done automatically fall under the category of the peripheral nervous system. That is then further subdivided into the sympathetic, which is what people call fight or flight. And I guess we'll go back to this color here, sure. And then parasympathetic. Which is what people call, I call, rest and digest. Okay, central nervous system, brain and spinal cord. Peripheral nervous system, all of the nerves that branch off of the brain and the spinal cord and all the branches off of those branches. So the peripheral nervous system is broken down into two basic parts. One part is under voluntary control. So everything that you can do voluntarily, those nerves fall under the somatic peripheral nervous system. And then there's the other ones that control things that you don't have control over. That's the autonomic nervous system. So how fast you're breathing, you do have some control over how fast you're breathing, but you don't really have any control over how fast your heart is beating. Most of the time, meaning most of our entire lives, we are living under parasympathetic control. Your heart rate's nice and normal, your breathing's nice and normal. As you need to digest food, you digest food, your pupils react to whatever they need to react to, not a big deal. So think about, like, if you're sitting on the sofa with your significant other on a Friday night watching a DVD and eating pizza, you're nice and comfortable, your heart rate is nice and relaxed, your breathing's nice and relaxed, your gastrointestinal system is digesting all that food as it should. Your pupils are constricted because they're just pinpointing what you're watching on the TV. They're just focused on that. Your body's making urine, your kidneys are making urine just fine, your bladder's filling up just fine. Then suddenly, black smoke starts pouring out from a bedroom door and the fire alarm goes off. What happens to your heart rate? It shoots up. Happens to your respiratory rate? Shoots up. You spent all that time, all that effort digesting food. You don't have time for that anymore. It's a fire. I got bronchitis. So now the blood is going to move to your muscles because now you got to get up and run. Grab the cat, grab your laptop and your phone and run out the door. Your pupils dilate to get as much information in as possible right now. So you can make decisions on available information. So most of our time, we are not under sympathetic control. Most of the time, we are under parasympathetic control, unless you're being chased by a bear or something. Or maybe you're on your way home from work and you really got to use the bathroom, so you're pushing the gas pedal a little bit harder than you should, and then suddenly those lights go on behind you, and you go, oh no, did I pay my insurance?
Dr. Surgeon, I have a question, and it's kind of
Yes.
off topic.
Yes.
So why when a person drink a lot of water, they constantly have to go to the bathroom?
If they drink a lot of water, they constantly have to go to the bathroom.
Mhm.
Yes, because our body holds a certain amount of fluid all of the time. We have fluid in our blood. In fact, almost half of our blood is made up of water. We have fluid inside of our cells. Most of our cytoplasm is made up of water.
Mhm.
We have fluid on the outside of our cells. Well, turn your TV down for a moment.
Okay.
Or mute. We have fluid on the outside of our cells called the interstitial fluid. So our body is made up of a lot of fluid, and most of that, we have mucus. Most of that fluid is water or water-based. So what our body has to do is it has to maintain a certain balance. What we don't want to do is we don't want to put too much of that water into our blood, because that will increase the volume, which will increase pressure. So if our body is happy with the current blood pressure, it's going to say, you know what, we don't need this extra water. If the cells are happy with the amount of water that's in them, they'll say, you know what, we're fine, we don't need extra water. And that's going to help balance out the water in the fluid in the interstitial cells around it, as well as in things like mucus. If the intestines are happy with the amount of water that's in there, they'll say, no, we're okay, we don't need it. So what the body's going to do to make sure that balance stays where it is, it's just going to get rid of extra. So more water will be filtered out of the kidneys. If, when you think of the kidneys are the things that filter our blood to get rid of waste products. We get rid of metabolic waste that way. However, when the kidneys filter blood, they also lose good stuff. We also filter out stuff that we kind of want. Things like water, maybe even some nutrients. So there's the opportunity inside the kidneys that we'll learn later on, that when it filters this stuff, we do have the ability to reabsorb a lot of that stuff back. And so if the body says, you know what, we actually do need water, it can reabsorb some of that water, for instance, before it leaves the body as urine. Once it gets past that point where it is now into urine, it's going to move into the bladder. Well, now it's going to leave the body. So the body always struggles for this homeostasis. It always struggles to keep everything in the right balance. So if a person keeps adding more and more water, yeah, they're going to pee out more and more.
Thank you. Is that going to have anything to do with a person being like you said, the blood about like being anemic?
Well, anemia in and of itself is not a disease. Anemia is a sign of a disease. So it would kind of depend on what type of anemia, but I'm going through them in my head here very quickly to see if different types of anemia would cause changes in water balance. Possibly if there is a microcytic anemia and there's an increase in cells, that could change the water balance. If there is, well, that's not really an anemia, is there? Something called polycythemia vera, which is kind of a rare disease where the body makes too many red blood cells. That would cause an increase in water in the blood, but that's not really an anemia. Maybe if blood cells were breaking apart, like a hemolytic anemia, like in G6PD. But I'm going to say most of the time, no. There's not going to be necessarily a direct correlation with most anemias. I can't really think of one that would definitely have a problem with a correlation with water either being increased or expelled as a result of that.
What about blood pressures? Is that why when people have high blood pressures, they're placed on diuretics to help their body get rid of that extra fluid and lower the pressure?
Correct. That's exactly what it does. Remember I said that the kidneys filter out a lot of stuff, including water, but then the body can say, oh no, we want to bring that water back in. What the diuretics do, something like hydrochlorothiazide, is it stops the kidneys from being able to do that. So even though the kidneys might say, oh yeah, bring the water back in, we sort of shut the door so that they can't reabsorb water. So a lot more of that water gets peed out. And just like that water balloon, if you stick a tiny little pinhole in it and let the water pee out of the water balloon, there's going to be less and less water in the balloon. So the pressure is going to get lower and lower. Unfortunately, it does come with side effects, because everything comes with side effects. So they'll probably end up peeing out a lot of potassium as well, which is why they're often put on a potassium supplement. Go along with it. Good questions, though. I appreciate the questions. Those are good questions.
Thank
Okay.
And vice versa, like when someone's blood pressure is low, they push fluids.
Look, come on, can't be that easy. Look at that. Welcome to medicine. Just like that. What would be an example of somebody having low blood pressure? Like, why would a person suddenly have low blood pressure? Don't make
I
it
don't
more
know.
difficult.
Dehydration?
No, even more sudden than that. What if a person gets shot? What happens to their blood?
Oh.
They lose blood.
They lose blood. If they lose blood, they're losing fluid. They're losing pressure.
I
So
thought you meant
then-
a medical way, not like.
I know. I'm trying to make it even simpler, though. If somebody gets an injury and they're suddenly losing a lot of blood, yeah, if they lose blood, they're gonna lose pressure. Now, eventually you say, well, wouldn't they want to get real blood back into them? Yes, but initially, let's get the fluid volume back up, or at least close, to maintain the blood that is there to get pumping around until we can get real blood into that person. But yeah, you're exactly right. If the pressure is low, we can push those fluids.
One last question. I swear,
Yes.
one last question.
Right.
Is it a such thing of drinking too much water?
Yes.
Because I'm asking for myself, because I drink a lot of water, and I'm just trying to figure out why I constantly.
Dr. She is pissy, okay? She goes to the bathroom every
I don't think that's the definition of that word, but okay. Yeah, here's the thing. First of all, your question was, can a person drink too much water? And the answer to that question is yes. Not because they're necessarily thirsty for that much water, but they just drink a lot of water. Why would this happen? When would this happen?
when you drown.
Okay, yeah, but no, yes. All right. Good answer. Not what I was looking for, though, because they're hopefully not going to be drinking any of that water or drinking a lot of that water. But there used to be a thing where in fraternities in college, fraternity members, when they were first joining the college, were made to drink large amounts of alcohol all at once. And of course, they would get drunk and pass out and puke. And then some people actually died for different reasons, either alcohol poisoning or because they would throw up and then aspirate on their vomit and die because they were too passed out. So colleges around the country made it illegal to do hazing like that, that you're not allowed to make your new fraternity or sorority members go through crazy rituals. Well, the fraternity still wanted to do crazy rituals, but they just thought, instead of making them drink a lot of beer, why don't we just get one of those big things of water that you would put like in an office and make them drink that within like an hour's time, because it's only water. Well, the problem with that is it overloads the kidneys, and it leads to a condition called what would that be? That'd be diabetes insipidus. a type of diabetes insipidus, not diabetes mellitus. This has nothing to do with blood sugar. But it would overload the kidneys, and the kidneys would fail, and the person would end up dying from that, from such a huge volume of water over a very, very short period of time. Now, when you ask about a person drinking a lot of water, if it's because they're thirsty, well, that could indicate other things. It doesn't necessarily mean it's the case, but it could be a clue to other things. For instance, maybe they are peeing out a lot of water because of one of these other underlying conditions, like a diabetes insipidus. That could cause them to pee out a lot of water, which could cause them to have to drink more water. Or a person who has, well, if a person has diabetes mellitus, regular just diabetes, like when you think of diabetes, one of the effects is often cause a person to have to drink a lot of water. They end up with a lot of solutes in their blood, and that causes cells to dehydrate. And those cells then say, we need more fluids, cause a person to drink more water. Or if a person has a high sodium diet, a lot of salt in their diet, that will cause them to be more thirsty and drink more water. If a person is exercising a lot and they're sweating out a lot of water, that'll cause them to drink more water. So when a person is drinking a lot more water than what we'd expect, or at least, I don't say a lot more, but more than what would be expect, then yeah, you kind of think, okay, why is this? What is the reason behind this? And the next thing that you can do is just start testing those things, looking for those things, and ruling those things out. So it doesn't mean that there's definitely something wrong or there's something wrong at all, but it could get you to the point where you say, okay, let's find out why this is happening. What's another reason in diabetes insipidus? Oh,
Sir,
yes.
could you check for dehydration from the skin tugger as well? I don't know if I pronounced it right.
you did actually, turgor. We talked about the skin already, right? The dermis. And in fact, we even talked about two proteins that we find there, right? We talked about collagen and we talked about elastin. Collagen is the tough protein, elastin is the elastic protein. Why? Because we want our skin to be tough. We don't want it to easily break open, but we also want it to be flexible. In order for the skin to maintain that flexibility, not only does it have to have those proteins there, but there has to be a certain amount of moisture in there, in between the cells, the interstitial cells. If the person is dehydrated, you can see this by pinching the skin on the back of the hand. In a patient who's well hydrated, the skin will, well, you know what? The skin will easily bounce back. So here's the back of my hand. If you pinch skin up like this, it should easily spring back. That indicates the person is hydrated. If you pinch it and let it go and it sort of slowly goes back, that could indicate dehydration. This is why when that baby comes into the emergency room and they say this baby's had vomiting and diarrhea for the past 48 hours, you'll see all kind of nurses start pinching that kid's hand, pinching that skin to make sure they're hydrated. However, if you try this on an elderly patient, it might look like they're dehydrated because it won't bounce back as quickly. But the reality is, because they're elderly, they're also not going to have that same collagen and elastin proteins like we do when we're younger. So their skin is automatically not going to have that same toughness. It's automatically not going to have that same flexibility. So with elderly patients, you got to be a little more careful with considering, is this because they're dehydrated, or is this just because they don't have those same proteins that we used to have. That makes some sense? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Anyone else? Any other questions? These are all really good questions. No other questions. All right. Okay. Then let me pick up where we left off. So we didn't get very far, but I really don't like this slide. It makes it, it's a little too complicated for what we're talking about with the nervous system. It's showing the central nervous system here, peripheral nervous system here. Central nervous system, brain and spinal cord, peripheral nervous system, all the other nerves. It's also demonstrating that there's incoming messages and outgoing messages, which kind of makes sense that you're going to have information come in, like is something, like I said, something sharp, something cold. Is your bladder distended? That's an incoming message to your spinal cord, which then goes to your brain, which then says, okay, start the process of emptying the bladder, as a for instance. Oops. And then outgoing messages like relax a muscle, contract a muscle, to squeeze something out, to hold something in. So they make it a little complicated here, and I don't like that. All right. Central nervous system, brain and spinal cord, or the brain, of course. I think everyone is aware that the brain has the ability to store information and to interpret information as it comes in. I think everybody's kind of familiar with that. And then sort of make decisions, like the brain can decide what you should do next. What a lot of people don't realize is that the spinal cord is also getting incoming information and outgoing information, but the spinal cord also does have the limited, very limited ability to think, meaning it can take in information, make a decision about it, and then act upon it. And you'll excuse me, I'm going to jump ahead for just a moment. I'll show you what I mean. Wait, where the hell is it? I thought it was here. Oh, here it is. Okay. So jumping ahead just a moment. This is what we call the reflex arc. So you see here, sharp tack, person touches it. What I do is I prefer not to think of a sharp tack. I like to think of a hot stove, because you could be standing talking to somebody, not realizing the stove is still hot even though it's turned off, and kind of put your hand down and touch it without realizing it. A tack, in this picture, it looks like they're specifically going, hey, let's see if this is sharp. But accidentally getting that sort of stimulus, that ouch stimulus, the information goes up that blue line. That's what they call the afferent neuron. Afferent is incoming information. Then it goes to a slice of spinal cord. Now, if you look here, the spinal cord, this long cord, what they did was they cut it, sort of like you might cut a carrot, for instance, and then flip it on its side. And you can see where that afferent neuron information is going into the spinal cord. And then there's something called an interneuron. Here, the spinal cord is processing very, very quickly that information. Hey, I just touched something hot. Hey, I just touched something sharp. Hey, I don't like that. That could cause tissue damage. I should alter something so that I am no longer having tissue damage. So I will send a message out to my muscles in my hand and my finger and my arm to move away from that stimulus that was ouchy. So the message is going through this interneuron here, and then it continues to go up the spinal cord and into the brain. So before you even know it, when you touch that hot stove, you pull your hand away, you pull your arm away, you might even pull your entire body away, you might jump away from it. And then a half a second later, you'll look at your finger and then you'll look at the stove. And the reason for that is because initially The signal goes up to your spinal cord first. The spinal cord takes this information, decides this is dangerous, decides upon an action, and sends a message out to take action. And then the signal continues up to the brain to where you finally realize what happened. So you pull your hand away even before you feel the pain, technically. Why is that? Because the spinal cord has a very, very, very limited ability to think. And we can call that thinking. Information comes in, it says, huh, this is bad information, this is dangerous, I should do something about it. Maybe I should tell those muscles to contract and move the hand away. So that's what I'll do. I'll send that message now. Obviously, that's not what your spinal cord sounds like, but it really does go through that process of thinking in order to change an outcome. And then split second, that half a second before you actually feel it, before it actually gets to the brain and you realize what just happened, is why it takes a second after, half a second, after you've moved your hand away. Now you look at your finger and then you look at your stove. You look at your finger like, ow, that hurt, is there damage? Then you look at the stove like, what just did that to me? What was so hot? And if you watch somebody do this, unaware, of course, that they're about to put their hand on a hot stove and unaware that you're watching them, you'll almost always see it happen in the exact same order. They'll pull their hand away, they'll pull their arm away, they'll pull their whole body, that side of their body away. Then they'll look at their finger, then they'll look at the stove. It's pretty cool to watch because you can see what's about to come. Okay. As I said, the peripheral nervous system is all about the nerves. The cranial nerves, well, these are the ones that come from the brain or through the skull. And these basically function around the head and neck region. All but one. The spinal nerves come off of the spinal cord. So the spinal cord is the part that travels down through the vertebrae, and it has nerves that branch off and go to, well, everywhere in the body, either sending information out or picking information up and bringing it back in. These terms are good terms to know, afferent and efferent, because we're going to see them in other areas as well. Afferent nerves are going to be nerves carrying incoming messages, incoming to the spinal cord, incoming to the brain. Efferent nerves are nerves sending outgoing messages, outgoing from the brain, outgoing from the spinal cord. But they're good terms to know because we're going to see them in other places, like in blood vessels. We will see afferent arterioles that bring the blood to a certain place, and then we'll see efferent arterioles that are still arterioles, but they're bringing blood away from a place. So A for arrival, E for exit. Just made that up. Nobody cares. All right, we talked about somatic, we talked a little bit about autonomic. I said sympathetic is fight or flight. Parasympathetic, I say, is rest and digest. Then I'm going to skip ahead for just a moment, because this right here is what a typical cell of the nervous system looks like. The main cell of the nervous system, the cell that does all of this stuff, is what we call a neuron. And there's a lot of neurons. The brain is made up of neurons. The spinal cord is made up of neurons. The nerves are made up of neurons. Now, they vary a little bit in what they look like, but this is a very good general image of what a neuron looks like. This is one cell. However, I said there's lots and lots of those in the brain and spinal cord. However, we have a huge number of support cells, meaning cells that help out the brain and spinal cord. And we call these cells neuroglia cells because glia means glue. But don't misunderstand that. It doesn't mean they stick there. Everybody probably has a relative, a mother, an aunt, an uncle, a grandmother, and they call that person the glue of the family. She's the one who keeps everybody together. She's the one who helps to solve problems, to help sort out disputes and differences. She's the one that everybody goes to for answers. So when we say neuroglia cells, bloody hell, are these cells that assist and glue things together? What we mean is these are the cells that kind of help out the neurons. And there's more of these cells altogether than there are neurons. I forget what the number is. It's like 300 million to 600 million, something like that. But there's more of these types of cells, these neuroglia cells, than the actual neurons that make up the brain and spinal cord. Okay, so clinically, why is that important, right? So why do I need to know about that? The reason is because if someone has a brain cancer, chances are it's not a brain cancer involving these cells, neurons. Chances are it's a brain cancer involving these types of cells, simply because there's so many more of them. So let's look at some of these. They're the astrocytes, the microglia, the ependymal, the oligodendroglial cells, or as they call them here, oligodendrocytes. I still call them oligodendroglial cells, and the Schwann cells. All right, let's talk about what a couple of these do. You can still see the screen, yes? Are you there?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thought I lost you. All right.
Yeah.
Let's start with this first one, because this is a good one to know about. Astrocytes. Astrocytes are types of neuroglia cells that have radiating branches. So what the hell is a radiating branch? Well, if I think of something that has radiating branches, I think of a star. Has branches that go out this way, has branches that go out this way, branches that go out this way. Radiating branches. So when I think of astrocytes, I think of cells that are kind of shaped like a star. But what do astrocytes do? You have to realize the brain is made up of these neurons, which are very delicate cells. We don't want them to get interfered with. And sometimes we could have stuff in our blood that might interfere with these neurons. So what astrocytes do is they make up what's called the blood-brain barrier. A separation between the blood and the fluid that will come in contact with the brain. So we call it the blood-brain barrier. So astrocytes with these radiating branches remind me of stars because of their shape. And in fact, kind of even looks like a letter A sort of hidden in here for astrocyte. And what do they separate? They separate the blood from the brain. So I think of a barrier as like a fence. So astrocytes make up the blood-brain barrier. So they're like a fence with these radiating branches that separate the blood from the brain. And this is how I've always remembered it. Easy peasy. Astrocytes with their radiating branches kind of look like stars, even a little A stuck in there for astrocytes. They make up the blood-brain barrier. All right, I thought that was clever. Let's see, what's the next one? Oh, microglia cells. Microglia cells are cells that go around and clean up garbage. They are phagocytes, so they can clean up cellular debris, get rid of stuff. So microglia cells are small. How do you know they're small? Micro. So they're going to clean up small messes. The ependymal cells, I think, is next on the list. The ependymal cells.
What do you mean by small messes?
Metabolic waste, old broken down cellular components. Maybe not so much bacteria, but maybe to a small extent. Maybe not if there's hundreds of bacteria, but maybe if there's 3.
So if you had like a small UTI or like the beginning of a UTI, would they jump in?
This is brain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're around the brain and the spinal cord. So we have other cells that are going to help out with other infections, bigger macrophages that will help out with bigger things all throughout the body. But these are specific to the brain and spinal cord. What do I say? Oh, ependymal cells. Let me show you this so you see the word here. Ependymal cells. These cells make cerebrospinal fluid. It doesn't say it here, CSF. That's the fluid that circulates and brings nutrients to the brain and spinal cord. The ependymal cells. Then we have these last 2 cells. The oligodendroglial cells, oligodendrogliocytes, and the Schwann cells. I still call them oligodendroglial cells just because that's how I've always known them. So if you look at this neuron, this typical neuron, we're not going to pay attention to this axon collateral for now. We'll just look at the rest of this here. If you look at this neuron, there is something called a myelin sheath. You can see it's sort of see-through here in this case. That's wrapped around this long part called the axon of the neuron. And this myelin sheath is like insulation. Like you have insulation around a wire. And this insulation is there to help the electrical signals get sent that much faster down the neuron. So backing up to these 2 cells, the oligodendroglial cells, and the Schwann cells, these both do the same thing. They create that insulation that goes around those parts of the neurons. They just do it in a slightly different way, and they do it in different areas. And I'll show you what I mean here. So here's that oligodendrocyte, and you could see part of it stretches off and wraps around that part of a neuron. Part of it stretches off and wraps around this other neuron. Part of it stretches off and wraps around part of that neuron. And that is all happening in the central nervous system, brain and spinal cord. The Schwann cell, where does it say Schwann? Schwann cell, okay. The Schwann cell is a little different. The Schwann cell wraps its entire self around the axon of the neuron. And it becomes that insulation that's around the neuron. So both of these cells, the oligodendroglial cells and the Schwann cells, they both do the exact same thing. They just do it in a different way. And they definitely do it in different places. The oligodendrocyte, this does it in the central nervous system, brain and spinal cord. The Schwann cell does it in the peripheral nervous system. So here's what I tell people, students. I would say, even if you don't completely understand what these two cells do, at least you can know where they do them. So what I would say is, I would say get a note card. On one side of the note card, write oligodendrocyte. And on the other side of the note card, central nervous system, CNS. And then get another note card. And on one side of that note card, write Schwann cell. And then on the other side of that note card, write peripheral nervous system, PNS. Because even if you don't completely understand what they do, you will know where they do them. And that's very, very helpful. Oh, you can also see here are those astrocytes. Remember I said they have radiating branches. They kind of remind me of stars. Make up that blood-brain barrier. So I think of a barrier, I think of like a fence. So these star-shaped cells that make up a fence between the blood and the brain. Blood, brain, barrier. I think that hopefully helps a little bit. I'll take that as a yes. All right, so those are the neuroglia cells that help hold all this together. You can see here a microglia going around gobbling stuff up. You can see ependymal cells. They're going to go ahead and make that cerebrospinal fluid to circulate around. And then takes us back to this.
Sir?
Yes.
Yeah, why don't you want the blood to touch the brain? Why do you want a barrier in between the two?
Because sometimes the neurons in the brain are really, really delicate. So if the pH is a little bit off, if there's a little bit of maybe proteins that are in the blood that are a little bit high, maybe if there's a little bit of extra sugar in the blood that's a little high, maybe if there's a little bacteria even in the blood, it's a tiny, tiny, tiny bit. We don't want that to cross over and meet the brain directly. So we have to have some kind of filter that says we're only going to allow this stuff to go from the blood and mix with the fluid, the cerebrospinal fluid that circulates around the brain, because we don't want that to interfere with our very delicate neurons.
Or else you have a brain bleed, right?
No, that's much more severe. That's if there's just a blood vessel like an artery that has been opened up. That's much, much more dangerous. This can affect things on the small scale, but enough small scales add up to a large scale, right? Let me think if I can. Oh, here's a good example. You can always tell when medication is able to cross the blood-brain barrier, because not all medications can. In fact, many, many, many cannot. So how do you know when a medication can cross the blood-brain barrier? Well, it usually has some effect on the neurons. And a perfect example of that is Benadryl. Well, the active ingredient in Benadryl is diphenhydramine. Diphenhydramine is a medication that is used for allergic reactions, right? I hope you know Benadryl for allergic reactions.
Yes,
Yes. What's the side effect of Benadryl?
drowsiness.
Ah, drowsiness. So as soon as I hear that a medication has a side effect of drowsiness, I think, oh, that's a medication that can cross the blood-brain barrier, because that's a typical a thing that occurs with medications that can do that.
Can I ask a question about that?
Sure.
So sometimes, a few times I've had to go to the hospital for that, and they've used that in conjunction with other medications for my migraines. Why is that? Like they use Benadryl and what else did they use? I don't know. It was
Prednisone
yes.
and 800 milligrams of ibuprofen.
It was they gave it to me through IV, so I don't know, but
Yeah. Oh, I
it
know you
was
use
like
Benadryl. Okay.
yeah, I don't know why they use that though to help with it.
I don't know. Was this recent?
Maybe like last year.
Oh, I know why. You had migraines, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Did you have a feeling like you were going to throw up?
Oh, sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. Benadryl can act as an antiemetic, an anti-throw up medication. So promethazine is one that I think they still use. That is one that they would give sometimes, but it has, everything has side effects, but you want to minimize side effects. What is the one that people use? Oh shoot, you can buy over the counter. Dramamine.
Mm-hmm.
If you're like riding across country in a friend's car and you're in the back seat and you're feeling kind of motion sickness, you can get some Dramamine. But in a pinch, if you have that kind of motion sickness, you can use Benadryl as well. But the difference is Benadryl will act as an antiemetic and help keep you from feeling like you're going to throw up, and it can also allow you sleep a little bit.
Okay.
So it'll help help you rest a bit. So that's why they would add that to the cocktail. Now I'm trying to think if it would have any effect on, as an antihistamine, if histamine would play a role in migraines. Because histamine could cause vasodilation, which would be another thing that would go along with migraines. And it would also cause vasopermeability, which really wouldn't, I don't know if that would make a difference with migraines. But I could see, just off the top of my head now, two benefits. Migraine headaches are the result of a blood vessel that normally would send a certain amount of blood in an area, and then suddenly there's constriction, and then a sudden vasodilation. So it's like the blood vessels sending a normal amount of blood, and then suddenly hold on, let me show you this way. Sorry, let me do it this way. Okay, so a blood vessel, I'm going to do it this way, is this big, sending a certain amount of blood to an area in the brain, and then if it constricts like this, it sends less blood. Sorry. And then suddenly it vasodilates like this. And that going from this to this to this is what causes the migraine, which is why it's localized. You know, when a person has a migraine, like, oh, it's right here, or it's right here, or it's right here. It's because of that sudden change in blood flow in an area. One of the things that histamine can do to a blood vessel is vasodilate the blood vessel. So if we could minimize that vasodilation, that would help with the migraine as well. That makes sense. And then, of course, as an antiemetic, that would help with nausea and vomiting. And then, of course, it could just help relax you and help you get to sleep. 3 benefits right there. That's brilliant. Huh. Why didn't we ever use that before? Because the protocol that I've always known was like prednisone and or some sort of corticosteroid, and then ibuprofen.
They used
They were better.
Benadryl and dexamethasone,
Yeah.
but that burned. I don't like the dexamethasone. It burned when they like an IV.
Yeah. But that is a corticosteroid. Stop the inflammation. That's pretty smart though with the Benadryl. I'm gonna have to look that up. I'm gonna have to look up like when that protocol started. I just never knew of it. But that makes sense. Wow. All right. Cool. Good question. Thanks for teaching me that. Now I won't forget it.
Yeah, I always wondered because I had to do it a few times when it got really bad before I got on my new medication.
So if someone has a mild migraine, because of course not everybody's migraines are the same, right? Some people get migraines once a month. Some people get migraines twice a year. Some people get migraines every day. Some of the migraines are absolutely debilitating. They want nothing but to be in a dark room, no sound. They feel like they should tie something tight around their head. They want a bucket nearby so when they throw up. And other people, it could just be like a really bad localized headache that can, usually resolves in about a day. Although the person will usually feel pretty miserable the next day. They'll let a migraine hangover. Have you ever heard that term before? Like the next day, the migraine's gone, but you're just sort of feeling kind of out of it. But I wonder if a person has sort of mild migraine, if they could get away with just using Benadryl and ibuprofen. It's an interesting thought. You wouldn't have the corticosteroid to deal with. Huh. Cool. This is why when we learn medicine as doctors, we don't just memorize what drugs do, right? We don't just memorize, oh, this drug's for this problem, this drug's for this problem, this drug's for this problem. We have to understand how they work. Because if you understand how they work, then things just make sense. And then you could extrapolate off of that and think, well, how else could I use that then? Which is what I kind of just did. So that's cool. All right, thank you. Thanks for teaching me stuff. Okay. Let's go back to our neuron here. So this cell has a part that we call the cell body, which is sometimes called the soma. There it is. It's nice, actually, they use both terms here, which is nice. Some books, all they do is they call it the soma, and you're like, what the heck is that? Or some books just call it the cell body, and then you hear somebody else call it the soma, and it's confusing. So this whole part right here in the center is the cell body, the soma, and there is a nucleus to it. So of course, if there's a nucleus, there's going to be chromosomes, DNA. Then you see these branches, and these branches are called dendrites. This is actually the receptive end of this neuron. In other words, the incoming messages to this neuron are the dendrites. Then there's an area here called the axon hillock, where it sort of funnels down to a narrow, long tube called the axon. And the axon goes all the way down until it ends at what we call the synaptic knobs, or the synaptic boutons, or the end of the axon, or the end of the neuron. And I'm sure there's a few other names for it as well. But it just means this is the end, these little rounded parts. And there might be, like it branches off here into two, it might just have one sort of look like this, branches off. And then you could see the axon has that myelin insulation around it. So here's, let me show you what happens with all of this. My rendition of the neuron. So we have the dendrites. And then we have the long axon. And at the end of it, we have the rounded end called the bouton, or the synaptic knob. We have the body of the neuron. And of course, the nucleus is in there somewhere. Let's see, we will put some myelin insulation around this neuron, around the axon specifically. Okay. Here we have the end of another neuron. And here at the other end, we'll put some dendrites. And another neuron going off this way. Oops. So here's what happens. We have an electrical message that comes down a neuron, comes down that axon. And when it gets to the end of that axon, there are little packages full of neurotransmitter that are going to get released across this space we call the synapse, which is going to bind to receptors on the dendrites of the neuron. Kind of reminds you of the muscle a little bit, doesn't it? And when that neurotransmitter binds to the receptors on the dendrites of that neuron, that is going to change the permeability of the membrane, and that's going to allow our friend sodium to come inside, bringing positive charges with it, making the inside of the membrane more positive than it was before. And again, we call that depolarization. Sounds kind of familiar. So now we started out with an electrical signal that came down the end of the neuron. When it got to the end, it had to change into a chemical signal. That chemical signal goes across this space that we call a synapse, binds to the receptors on the dendrites, changes the permeability of the membrane, causes sodium to come in. That then becomes an electrical message again. Here in the body of the neuron and right at the axon hillock, it is determined, what do we do with this? Do we disregard it? Do we hold on to it? Or do we send the message down the line? And if it decides, let's send the message down the line, that electrical message, oh, dang it, kind of leapfrogs down here. That insulation helps in this process of leapfrogging that electrical current down so that it goes quickly, but at a steady state. When it gets to the end of that neuron, that electrical message is going to get changed into a chemical message, which goes across this space we call synapse, which is going to bind to receptors on the dendrite of that next neuron, which is going to change the membrane, which is going to cause sodium to come in, which is going to cause it to be more positive on the inside of that membrane than it was before, which is now going to be an electrical signal again, and this continues. So everything that you think, everything that you know, everything you understand, everything you believe, every feeling you have, every picture in your head of your mother's face is just the process of an electrical signal that comes from this neuron over here, which changes into a chemical signal, crosses that space, the synapse we call it. Let me write that in, by the way. I'll write it in green, dark green. This, I'll put it over here. This is called the synapse. All of this right here is called the synapse. The end of that neuron, the space, and the beginning of the next neuron is all called the synapse. So the neurotransmitter crosses the synapse, binds to receptors on the dendrites. That allows sodium to come into the cell, which now creates a more positive charge on the membrane on the inner part of the cell, which turns it, we call depolarization, turning this back into an electrical message, which then zips down the axon, gets to the end of the neuron, changes back into a chemical again, which crosses the synapse, binds to the receptors on the next dendrites, allows sodium to come in, turns it back into an electrical message, and this just continues. Everything you think, everything you know, every image you have, everything you believe, everything that happens this way. Electrical signal becoming a chemical signal, becoming an electrical signal, becoming a chemical signal. So when I say to you, we really don't understand how this works. This part right here, I've just drawn out. Yeah, no problem. Understand it. Great. Got this down. But how this electrical, chemical actually becomes our thoughts, our feelings, our pictures, all those other things, we really don't know. So how does this relate to nerves sending signals back and forth? Well, you can think of a nerve as being a long string of neurons. So I'm going to draw my schematic of a neuron. Here's the body of it. And here's the long axon, and then the end of it. And then here's another neuron. Again, this is just my schematic drawing of it. And then the end of it. And here's another neuron, axon, end of it. Here's another one, axon, end of it. So a nerve can be a long string of neuron to neuron to neuron to neuron, where this electrical message is just zipping on down this way, in that direction. But you might think, but wait a minute, nerves are kind of big, aren't they? Can't you see a nerve? These are cells. Yeah, you're right. So what if we got a string of neurons just like this? So I'll put it down here. We have a string of neurons just like this, and then we got another string of neurons and wrapped it around, and another string of neurons and braided that around. So we started out with a thin thread, and now we have another thin thread wrapped around it. So now it's thicker like string. And of course, you can even get strings of neurons and thread them together and make rope, something thicker. So these are all taking messages in that same direction. That's a good color. Well, what if I took other neurons, like strings of neurons, oops, and braided them through here, and they're taking their message in this direction? So now I have one nerve that is big enough that I could see with my naked eye, but it's taking messages in two different directions. Some are taking them to the brain, some are taking them away from the brain, but all bundled together into one part. That makes some sense. Okay, what if I did something traumatic to this nerve? What if I took a pair of scissors and right here, I cut the nerve in half? Well, any signal that's traveling this way is going to stop at that purple line. So a signal going out this way is fine, a signal going out this way is fine, a signal going out this way is fine, but nothing below that line is going to get a signal. Which means any muscles below that line, they're not going to contract because they'll never get a signal to contract. And what about incoming messages? Well, any messages coming in at this point, or at this point, or at this point, or at this point, well, that's fine. The brain will get those signals. But if that purple line is cut right there, then nothing from here, or here, or here, or here, or here, there will be no feeling. So if we cut that big nerve in half, anything below that line, there's not going to be any messages. That's going to be paralysis to any muscles below that line. And any area below that line is going to have no feeling. But areas above it, they might still have feeling. They might still have incoming messages. So if the red line are incoming messages to the brain, that could be things like pain. So if we took something, blocked out sodium, let's say we got a needle, and injected something right there that blocked sodium from going into these cells, then from that point forward, or I shouldn't say from that point forward, from this point, any messages coming from this point up are going to stop right there. So if a person cuts their hand really bad, goes to the emergency department, and the doctor says, well, we have to put stitches in, but first we're going to numb it up. When they give that injection into that skin right in that area, what are they injecting? They're injecting stuff that blocks sodium from going into the cell, which means that message stops right here, which means no pain message goes to the brain, which means you don't feel it.
Dr. Sturgeon, is it possible to reconnect the nerve and get this back?
That is a really, really good question. Remember I said that they can be thin like a thread, or strung together thicker like a string, or strung together really thick like a rope. The bigger they are and the more damage that occurs, the less opportunity you're going to have to reconnect them and expect them to function. But if they're really, really thin, can't draw any thinner than that. If they're really, really thin and there's a small interruption, there's the possibility that the body can fix some of that. So the body can actually repair nerves, but only at the most simple level. Only at the smallest parts. That's why if a person has a deep cut on their hand, but it's deep enough for stitches, but that's about it. They can go get the stitches, and then everything will grow back together. The nerves that are in that area, if they were damaged, they'll probably heal, which means they'll probably have full function. They'll probably have full feeling. But the deeper that cut means the bigger the nerves that are going to get involved, meaning the bigger the nerves that are going to get damaged. So when they sew that back together, there's no guarantee that the person is going to have complete function or that they're going to have complete feeling. There might be areas that are still have a numbness to it or like no feeling. And then if you talk about something like the spinal cord, well, that's like rope. That's huge. You cut that in half. There's no repairing it. You can't fix it. It's not going to grow back. It won't heal. So the person will be paralyzed from that point below. Is that making a bit of sense? Half a cent?
Yes.
50 cents. Okay. I know it's 2:55.
Yes.
I want to continue with this a few more things. So if you have to leave at 3 o'clock, that's fine. If you don't have to, I'm just going to keep going on into a little bit more, if that's okay. I'm still recording. I think I'm still recording. Boy, I hope I'm still recording. Shoot, am I still recording? Oh man, come on. Okay, I'm still recording. All right. So I just want to go over a few more things, get a little bit further. So if you can stick around for another 10 or 15 minutes, that would be great. If not, I understand, not a big deal. However, what have we decided about Saturday? Is there anyone who'd be interested in a Saturday? There is a problem this Saturday. The problem this Saturday is weather related. If you've been watching the weather, they're talking about the stuff that we got last night, early this morning is just nothing compared to what's coming. They're saying that it's going to be a weekend full of serious snow and ice. So I don't want to schedule anything at the school because that would create travel. They might they might just close it down if everything's really bad. Shoot.
Well, what about Zoom, sir?
I could do Zoom. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Would anyone be interested in a Saturday Zoom session?
Is it going to be for math?
Right, that's the next question.
And
Yeah,
it really
math.
doesn't matter to me. I just want to attend because I need help with everything.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Okay.
Just want another time, please.
So let's see, what time would work best for a Saturday?
You give us the time then, because you are the teacher, you are the lecturer, so we can give you the time. So if you can give us the time that your availability, then we can make an adjustment, whatever that, because we all need help.
Okay.
So we need to sacrifice. So if you give us the time, we will sacrifice and do it.
All right, 4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock in the morning work?
I don't mind. That will be fine. If only.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sure.
Come on, Daniel.
I'm sure Daniel does not speak for everyone.
Daniel, I need my sleep, man.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We're gonna be sleep zooming. How about what would be good for a Saturday?
11 a.m.
Yeah, you know what? I was gonna say 10, but you know what? 11 might be better. And the reason for that is because if I have to like shovel stuff, if there's a lot of snow or something, I want to make sure I have time to do that. So we'll say 11 a.m. And I am going to right now set up a Zoom meeting. Let's see, that would be 13th. All right, meeting Saturday 11 a.m. Zoom 11 a.m. That's the 13th. Let's have CPR tomorrow. Okay, yeah, that'll work. All right, I'm sending out an email right now to you. Saturday, 11 a.m. Zoom. It is scheduled. So all right, you should get an email. And then Tuesday, let's see, what are we doing Tuesday? What are we doing Tuesday? Assessments and vital signs. Simulator for crackles, wheezes, head to toe. That's right, we're gonna be doing head to toe. I was thinking I'll supervise those two things that Marianne took for that I ran through hygiene of beds. We'll have them for a total of 2 hours. Okay, so I'm going to be doing what the hell am I doing? Assessments and vital signs. The head to toe assessments and vital signs. All right. Well, that's fine. Strigometric refractions. Worksheet. All right. Okay, so Tuesday, what do you think? Because normally you're scheduled till what, 1 o'clock? Is that like the
Yes.
typical schedule?
Yes. Yes.
Like 9 to 11, 11 to 1, something like that. Okay. Do you want to just do it right after that, right in the building?
That's good.
Yes.
Would that be okay?
I think that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we're not doing Saturday, or we are doing Saturday
Saturday will be Zoom
at 11.
at 11. I sent out an email with that information, and then Tuesday, 1. At the school. Okay, so what's the plan going to be for Saturday Zoom? What do we want to cover?
Saturday we should do midterm, and then Tuesday at school we should do math.
Wait, midterm? Is that what you said?
Pharmacology.
I thought we was doing nutrients.
Yeah, that's. So I've heard 4 different things: medical terminology, pharmacology, math, and nutrition.
I mean, the other two, I
Not
don't
even
even
on
think we,
pharmacology yet. Why
no,
would-
we're not. So nutrients and math was my concern. I don't know about everybody else. That was quite pretty much the discussion from earlier.
Okay, so which of these subjects would you rather do in person?
Math.
Math in
That's
person.
kind of what I'm thinking as well. If we do the math, we should do the math in person. So that we should do on Tuesday.
On Tuesdays, yes.
And so that way, the Saturday can be nutrition,
And any other,
and then
course.
like anatomy and physiology.
Anatomy and
stuff.
physiology, yes, help. Yeah.
All right, let's make that the plan then. Please, whenever we're doing like the nutrition stuff, or the A&P stuff, the anatomy stuff, kind of have like some actual like specific areas where you're having problems. Because there's no way I'm just going to be able to say, okay, let's start from the beginning and I'll teach you about breadcrumbs. With the math, I think what I kind of want to do is I kind of want to start from zero. And the people who have it, great. The people who don't, they're going to catch up. And so if 9 out of 10 people have it from zero, then one person will teach for the one person to catch up, and then 10 from 10 will start from there. And I just think right now at this point, from what I've seen, it seems like if we put a lot of effort into just trying to do what we're just trying to get down where everybody is now, we're struggling against an outgoing tide because the students still don't have an understanding of 3 pages before that. So I kind of want to start from that beginning point, and then we'll work from there. And if everybody says, yep, I got it, yep, I got it, yep, I got it, yep, I got it, then we just move on to the next point. Is that all right? I will pack a lunch, or I will prepare to Uber Eats or something. So my schedule for the rest of that day will be pretty much clear. So it will take as long as you guys want. I'll have to pick up new markers. It'll take as long as you want. Happy with that? Good?
Yes.
Okay, so now we have a plan. Now you know your role. Your role, of course, is to be there and to make sure that you have specific areas and specific questions. Let's see. You know what? Hold on one second. I'm going to stop recording just a second here. We'll resume here. I'm pretty sure I have, somewhere. Uh-oh. There we go. I'm pretty sure I have somewhere between about 30 seconds and 10 minutes more that I want to talk about. Okay, I was on the drawing, right? Yeah. So here is an image of a cut section of that axon, that long part of the neuron. It's in the blue part. And you can see it's full also with all these little tubes and things. But for right now, we're going to disregard that. We're just going to note that this is that long part of that neuron where that signal is going to come zipping on down. And in between these cells, these Schwann cells that have wrapped themselves around, there is a space, a little gap called the node of Ranvier. It's pronounced that way, node of Ranvier. And that is going to be the place where this signal skips or leapfrogs down all the way down that axon just because it wants to do it quickly, but it also wants to keep the steady pace to it. So that way it ensures the signal gets all the way down. Because remember, if that signal never makes it down to that muscle in the leg, then that leg doesn't move. And that's paralysis. Now, why do I bring this up? Why do I keep talking about this myelin stuff all around here and the importance of it to send a signal down a nerve? Here's the clinical significance of that. You may have heard of a disease called multiple sclerosis. And these patients who have multiple sclerosis can suffer from things like paralysis, even blindness or partial blindness. And the reason for that is because the body's immune system starts to destroy these cells. So the signal never makes it all the way down the nerves, or at least not as much of the signal makes it all the way down to, for instance, to that muscle. So that muscle never gets a signal to contract, or at least not a full signal to contract, which is going to cause everything from muscle weakness to paralysis. And that is simply the result of the body's immune system making a mistake. It's an autoimmune disease, and it's those cells are being destroyed. Why that happens? Good question. Now, they go into the classification of neurons here, and the reality is, when you think of the neuron, the multipolar is kind of the one I want you to think of the most, because that's just the generic, everybody who knows neurons knows what they look like. The bipolar one, they're a little simpler. Notice that the dendrite is going to be really simple, maybe just like the one. And then the unipolar is kind of interesting because it has a strange split off of the cell body. But again, at this level, what I really want you to know, I think, is what a neuron looks like. Think of the multipolar one that we've seen a couple of images of now. We talked about this one already, classification of neurons. Remember I said it's a good thing to remember afferent and efferent. Remember, A means arrival, efferent for exiting. So sensory neurons, meaning incoming messages, like senses, these are the afferent nerves. Motor neurons, meaning it's going to go out and tell something to happen, like a muscle to contract. Those are the efferent ones. They're exiting the brain or the spinal cord. And then those interneurons that I showed you a little bit ago, that acts as a relay center to sort of interpret this information and make a decision about it, and then send it on to that efferent neuron to move that hand away if necessary. This is called the reflex arc. So one of the things that we could do, you've probably seen this before, is a patient sitting on the side of a bed or exam table, and the doctor takes out that little triangular looking hammer and smacks the person in the knee. Really, just by hitting that area, it kind of extends that tendon, which is involved with a reflex arc. So what they want to see is if your foot gets kicked out, like a message was sent from the spinal cord that says, kick that away from my knee, or kick that away from me. So when they're doing that, when they get that little hammer out and they're tapping on that area just beneath your patella, what they're actually testing is the spinal cord and the root of these, I shouldn't say root like that, and the pathways of the nerves that the signal is traveling. Now, of course, this simplifies it. There are other things involved in the body that allows for a neuron to signal properly. I mean, everything from the right amount of sodium and potassium in their body to dehydration, like we talked about before, can all have an effect on that. Even hormones, hypothyroidism, for instance, could cause slower reflexes. So that's just one more clue as to the overall health of the patient. But that's actually what's being tested, is that reflex arc. As I said before, the synapse, oh, I thought there was a picture of it. The synapse, I want you to see a picture of it. Let me make a picture of it real fast. The synapse involves the end of one neuron and the beginning of the next neuron. So if there's a lot of dendrites there, for instance, as well as the space in between. So in green, all of this is the synapse. This is the synaptic gap, also known as the synaptic cleft, also known as the synaptic space, and sometimes people just call that the synapse. Now, do you see the difference when we were talking about the neuron coming down to muscle? I kept referring to this area as the neuromuscular junction, J-U-N-C-T-I-O-N, junction. I just abbreviated a little bit there. So I called that whole area the neuromuscular junction. Why? Well, because it's specifically between the nerve and the muscle. Is this also a type of a synapse? Sure. Is that space in between still a synaptic gap or cleft? Sure. But I call it the neuromuscular junction to specifically mean this is between a neuron and a muscle, not neuron to neuron. So please don't get confused by that, because you'll hear other people call that whole thing a synapse also, which is completely accurate. But some textbooks, they'll call it the neuromuscular junction. Some will call it the synapse. So I just didn't want you to get confused with that. I think that's, oh, nope, that's not what I want. Synapse, okay. We saw, I think we saw this already. Here's the front of the spinal cord. It's a cut section of the spinal cord. There you go. You can see A anterior, P posterior, left and right. So this is the front part of the spinal cord. This would be back here, the back part of the spinal cord as it's going up towards the brainstem and the brain. So the incoming messages are in blue. The outgoing messages are in red. And of course, they're the interneuron in there. The gray matter of the spinal cord is made up of all of the cell bodies and dendrites. The white matter is made up of all the axons with that myelin insulation wrapped around it. And we will see next week when we look at the brain, it is opposite in the brain, whereas the white matter is on the inside and the gray matter is on the outside around it. And I think that, let's see, I talked about nerves, how we get a bunch of those fibers together and we kind of wrap them around. I'm not going to go into the layers. I talked about that already a little bit. I talked about this, how some nerves send just incoming messages, some go outgoing, and some can be both. We call it the mixed nerves. And we talked about damage. Okay, and that takes us to the nerve impulse. This is where we start talking about physiology of the nervous system, which I will tell you can get a little complicated, a little bit. It's not the worst thing. Can you hear me? Okay, there was a message that somebody couldn't hear me. All right, so I hope I just didn't say all that to no one. Oh shoot! So that's kind of where I wanted to end. Let me see that again real fast. At the nerve impulse, not quite as far as I wanted to get, but that's okay. I want to stop there because now we're going to be talking about. Come on, where am I? Now we're going to talk about nerve physiology, where it's about sodium ions coming in, depolarizing, moving these things and moving the signal in one direction. So once I get started with that, yeah, we're into 20 minutes of just that part of it, and that's kind of deep information. Once we get past that, then we'll start talking about the different parts of the brain, the different parts of the brain, talk about the spinal cord, some of the areas around the brain, around the spinal cord, more of the basic anatomy at the gross level. So that's a good place to stop right there. So, okay, I was pretty close, maybe 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Anyone have any questions about this stuff? No. Okay. All right, well, thanks for sticking around a little bit extra today. I appreciate it. I hope you did learn some things today. I know that some of it was a little bit dense, some of the physiology, if you're first time hearing it, I get it. It's not going to click the first time you hear it. It's not going to click the second time you hear it. It's not going to click at all for a long time. It's sort of a little bit of memorize, build up, memorize, build up, memorize, build up, memorize, build up, and then a little understanding, then a little more understanding, then a little more understanding. So it does take some time to get there. Big take-home messages with the muscle physiology is that a nerve has to tell it to contract. There has to be that electrical signal. The electrical signal has to turn into a chemical signal. I told you it's acetylcholine. That chemical signal is going to cause sodium to come in. That's going to cause calcium to be released. That's going to cause the pulling, therefore the shortening, therefore the contraction. So in that big picture, there's a lot to take in, I know. But the reality is probably having to remember the word acetylcholine and depolarization and sodium coming in are probably the most difficult parts of that. Maybe remembering that an action potential is an electrical signal too. But I think if I say that enough, you'll get it whether you like it or not. I think it'll work. All right. Well, if there are no other questions, I will see you on Saturday, somewhere right around 11 a.m.
Anything
Gonna be
now?
the same Zoom link?
I sent the Zoom link.
Okay.
I did send it out.
But the exams next week, any areas that we have to we need to learn?
Everything from day one all the way up through the stuff that we're going to do on next Thursday. So that'll be a continuation of the nervous system, lobes of the brain and such. One thing I could recommend is that you could see some of that stuff early if you watched yesterday's video that's on YouTube, especially like the last, the stuff that we didn't get to yet. So you can just fast forward the video and go to the nervous system that we've already covered, and then just past that, you can see some of those things. I would strongly recommend it, in fact, just to get a little bit of a jump. That was the 10th, February 10th lecture. So you can check that out. Oh, and don't forget, do not forget this, really important. Like and subscribe, leave a comment below. That's it.
I say it again.
Like and subscribe and leave a comment below. On the
Okay.
YouTube videos.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll do that.
For
Thank
the
you. I
one
appreciate. God bless you.
for the one you posted yesterday, I didn't say I check on YouTube. I was just seeing the old ones. So I'm just gonna try again and check.
Hold on, let me check.
I don't know, maybe because I'm not in the class, but I'll check.
Nope, it's right there.
All right.
AHP 215, Wednesday, 2/10, 2021, muscles and nervous. It shows a picture of me doing surgery.
Do we just type in your name on YouTube? To put up the
SturgeonMD,
videos?
capital
Yeah,
S, capital N,
DM.
capital D, all one word. Remember to like,
I
subscribe.
guess it's DM something, I don't know, or MD, sorry.
SturgeonMD,
Yeah.
capital S, SturgeonMD, capital S, capital M, capital D, all one word. Like and subscribe. SturgeonMD, capital S, capital M, capital D.
The first one I see when I get in 2 years ago, 10 months ago, I don't know.
Click. Are you subscribed?
I guess I did, but I'm not sure. Okay, hold on. Let me just do that now. All right.
Yes.
Dr. Surgeon, you have a good, see you on Saturday.
See you on Saturday.
Thank
Have
you.
a good rest of your day. Yep.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yeah, but please make sure you can
Thank
find
you.
these videos. Please make
Thank
sure
you,
you can
sir.
find them.
I'm gonna
You're welcome.
I'm gonna look for it.
Yeah, it's a picture of me in surgery. So it looks
All
like I'm
right.
delivering a baby, but it's not a baby, it's a tumor.
The one for last week, I see that one last week. For this week, I'm gonna try and check again.
Yeah, it says it was loaded 15 hours ago. Oh, it's got 7 views already. All right, good.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for your time and everything.
All right. Well, you have a good rest of your day. Question? Yes, no? Good? All right. I will end the recording. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned this. Remember to like, subscribe, leave a comment below. And good luck. Keep studying.